Good morning. I have the pleasure to welcome you all at Qatar's e-commerce forum. Today's forum will tackle e-commerce and everything related to it regarding technology, services, payment, communication, data, smart nation, consumers. We are living in a world where e-commerce has become one of the main factors of economic change, and Qatar is part and parcel of this change. I would like to thank all those present today, guests, speakers, attendees, and those who are participating in the exhibition, and those who are following us through the internet and live streaming. Your participation will set the roadmap of e-commerce in Qatar. I'd also would like to thank two business incubators in ICT. These are 5 technologies for providing internet and eventually for media coverage on social media. You can also follow our hashtag Qatar e-commerce through the different social media. You can also follow the direct streamline on the ICT channel on YouTube. You can also use the simultaneous interpretation headsets that are provided inside the room. And for using the internet, you can use the password that has been given to you upon registration. Our program today is full, so let us really participate in changing e-commerce in Qatar.
Globe. Look at some of the world's most successful companies. Amazon has no points of sale. Uber owns no vehicles. Netflix, the largest pay TV service, owns no transmission infrastructure. And Alibaba, one of the world's most valuable retailers, has no inventory. In Qatar, the potential for e-commerce is enormous because it has a population with a high disposable income, a strong and secure ICT infrastructure, and a highly connected society. It has the 7th largest business-to-consumer market in the MENA region today, with that number expected to double by 2020. The average transaction is impressive. The annual spend is the highest in the region, yet only a fraction of Qatar's population shop online. More startups, businesses, and large retailers like Lulu and IKEA are already providing services online. Many home-based businesses are trading and marketing their products through social channels like Instagram, Facebook, and WhatsApp. Consumers choose e-commerce for convenience, choice, and cost. Adoption will grow with more awareness, enhanced trust in online platforms, and better return and refund policies. Delivery services are critical for e-commerce to thrive. The government plans to open its postal services market, encouraging innovation and competition, and utilizing the new addressing system, Inawani, the Blue Plate. Payments are critical for e-commerce. There are a number of options out there: prepaid cards, M and e-wallets, international wallets, mobile point of sale, one-time e-commerce vouchers, and even installment payments. Yet today, cash on delivery is dominant in Qatar. Only 49% of consumers have debit cards, and 29% own credit cards. Local banks should provide more payment options. Qatar can become a regional hub for e-commerce if we improve delivery services, provide more innovative payment options, and simplify the business setup process. As Qatar transitions into becoming a smart nation, e-commerce will be part of our daily lives. Mobile commerce will be the norm for customers. And emerging technologies like drones, 3D printing, and robotics will reduce the cost of delivery, expand production, and automate services 24/7. The best is yet to come.
الآن يشرفني.
Now, I would like to ask Dr. Hassan Jaber, Minister of Information and Communications Technology, to the podium. Thank you. Name of God, the most merciful, most compassionate. Thank you, Faisal, for this invitation. Of course, after viewing the video, it's very difficult to say anything afterwards with regards to e-commerce. I believe that it's very clear that e-commerce is there, and it is part and parcel of the things that a state is developing and working on. But as we've noticed, the video ended by the statement, "The best is yet to come." We are only in the beginning, yes, and the best is yet to come. At the onset, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, may the peace of God be upon you all. Good morning to all of you. I am happy to welcome you all and to thank you for participating in this forum today, in which we will shedding light on the e-commerce landscape in Qatar, our abilities, and how we can invest these great abilities in reviving the growth rates in the e-commerce market. You will listen to a number of distinguished speakers who will be talking about the main practices and newest trends in e-commerce in the different parts of the world. In the green booklet in front of you, you will find the Qatar National E-commerce Roadmap, which includes the headlines and the main strategies for moving forward in e-commerce. It is the result of an in-depth analysis of the e-commerce market in Qatar, supported by the results of consultations that took place with different stakeholders. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, we are living in a time filled with changes. Today, our world is moving quickly. And as we have seen in the video, technology works in creating a highly dynamic market whereby e-commerce is an important factor. Providing the infrastructure of broadband and telephone, mobile payment, and mobile commerce has really affected the e-commerce development. It also affected how we deal with one another, how we trade, and the performance and our performance, and how we deal with customers. But now I will shed light on two main points. First, I will talk briefly about the challenges that e-commerce is facing in Qatar and how we are working to solve them. And second point, I will talk with you about the big data in e-commerce. As we have seen in the video, e-commerce market in Qatar is growing by a rate of 10%, which is one of the highest growth rates in the world. And as we have seen also in the video, the e-commerce market volume has reached over 1 billion USD B2B, and the B2B is 1.3 billion USD in 2014. But also we have noticed when we undertook the study that there are a number of challenges that impede the development of a strong e-commerce roadmap, including the legislation that requires more clarification, a strong implementation as well, and the limitations of e-commerce payment. As we have seen in the video until now, and as of today, most of the people really prefer paying cash, and there are also limitation in credit card usage in payment. Among challenges as well are the transportation and communication. We know that Q-Post until now really does not cater to the needs of the government, and also the weakness of local markets and trades on the internet. Also, we do not have a matrix of e-commerce in Qatar. A comprehensive and integrated e-commerce system in Qatar. We find that every party is responsible for a small part of this e-commerce system. Of course, what should we do in order to find an accurate solution to these challenges? First and foremost, we will liberate the post market and open it to competition. I know that QPost now is is undergoing certain reforms, and hopefully it will be able to compete with the international companies, be it Aramx, DHL, and all the different companies, and will be able to provide the services that we deserve in Qatar, that we expect from our Qatar Post in Qatar. Of course, we all know that the Post today is a company, and we will listen to the chairman of QPost, and who will tell us about the projects of QPost in order to modernize QPost. It is by liberating, as we said, postal services, among the main things that we will be undertaking as well, because we know that consumer rights in the Ministry of Economy and the Department of Consumer Rights is doing excellent efforts to protect consumer rights, and we're working with them also to protect consumers on the internet. Not only protecting consumer protection is not only through buying products outside internet, but on the internet as well. Also will implement the e-commerce transaction law through setting certain legislations and criteria. Also, we will be implementing QBuy, which is a electronic platform that will provide a set of tools and enablers to support e-commerce, and we will raise awareness among consumers as well. Today, the forum is a high evidence. We were surprised by those who would like to participate in such a forum, and this is proof that there is great awareness among the participants and attendees to the importance of e-commerce and developing this sector in Qatar or in any country for future development. Now I will go to the second point, which is the big data. Yesterday at dinner, I had a big player we have big players in the region, Aramx, Uber, and we talked how we can use big data and the data that they take from consumers. We all know that big data is the future of e-commerce, and it is important to create and establish a smart nation or smart city that is based on or a smart city. So you imagine the data that is being gathered by every single company. Every time we click on the mouse, every time we ask service from Aramx or from Uber, from Amazon, from any other company of the like, imagine the quantity of data that is being gathered and collected through the social media as well. The things that we like to read, we like the food we like, the things we like to watch as well. So also imagine in the future, now we are taking the data from the internet. The sensor could be everywhere surrounding us. I visited this year MIT. I went to one of their labs, and I was amazed that one of the professors did a research. He rented a big land next to the university, and he placed 64,000 sensors, and the land is not inhabited, and for a period of 1 year he was recording all the movements, all the sounds. The sensors are being felt by the sensors, the sound of the wind, the rain, the birds, the insects, the movement underground, under the soil, any movement outside the vibration. And he gathered all these voices in order to compose a musical piece, and he played the music that he gathered. So really, we were amazed. So how Internet of Things can move us forward. So the big data that is taken by the Internet of Things, we can use it to make a lot of things. So you are talking about e-commerce today. I don't think you're interested about what to do with the big data, whether to compose a musical piece or a piece of theater or drama. So I thought about 4 things that we can use through e-commerce with regards to big data. First, personalization. Through the big data, we can promote the personalization. We can personalize really the shopping experience of consumers. Automatically, you have information of this consumer. You will know what offers he would like, what things he likes, and this could be available through e-commerce and the big data. Second, creating trust and loyal customers. When the customer comes to you, you will be able to know how you can communicate with him through the different communication channels available to you. You can give him the sense of loyalty, of trust, because once he comes to you, you know him directly. I can tell him directly that you have asked this service, they have asked for this product. This product will get to you after 1 day. So you will share with him plenty of personal information also on the level of delivery. Imagine if you know that the package that you have ordered from Aramx, where this package is, and you are knowing this information not through Aramx, no, through the portal that you have used to buy this product. The last thing is that this big data is a kind of smart data, and we know that smart data helps a lot. Is a kind of predictive analytics. So we can analyze this data, we can forecast this client of Uber, this customer or this client, you know that every day at 9 a.m. he asks for a taxi. After 1 month, 100 Uber will make sure that this customer will have a taxi in less than 1 second, because they are forecasting the needs of that customer, the movements of that customer. Sorry. Of course, the final point I would like to share with you: the government plays a great role in using big data. We have to make sure that the data is open for everybody. Everyone has access to this data, that the data is well structured, well organized. They are not dirty data, very clean data, very clear data. And this is something very important on the level of data in order to be able to use this data properly to establish smart nations and smart cities. You know that we have the Smart Knowledge City program, and this program aims at establishing a competitive knowledge economy that is able to compete, that is very dynamic, and it is based on big data. As nation, as private sector, as public sector, we will collect the data, and this data will be based on an open platform, a smart nation platform, where businesses can use it, public sector can use it, private sector can use it. And here I would like also to thank Ooredoo for the great efforts they deploy to support this initiative. Ooredoo has launched yesterday, in cooperation of the Development Bank, a technology incubator for Qatari startups. So this is, as we have digital incubators in the ministry now, there is another kind of incubator, which is a technology incubator, and all of this provides great support for the future of Qatar. in the end, I would like this forum to provide an opportunity for all those here in order to work together, exchange opportunities, information, and knowledge in order to develop an ambitious plan. Once again, I would like to welcome you all in Qatar, and I wish you luck in your endeavors. And as the video said, the best is yet to come, and my assumption is that the best will come when we finish today's forum. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Hassa. I now call upon His Excellency Yahya bin Said al-Naimi, Assistant Under Secretary for Commercial Affairs and from the Ministry of Economy and Commerce, to take the floor. Thank you, Mr. Faisal. In the name of God, most gracious, most compassionate, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, may the peace and blessings of God be upon you. It gives me great pleasure to participate with you in the Qatar National E-Commerce Roadmap Forum 2015, through which Qatar asserts its role in developing this economic sector. Our participation as the Ministry of Economy is but a confirmation of our insistence on providing and catering for the needs of this key economic sector. Ladies and gentlemen, e-commerce, both locally and internationally, has grown in importance. And it is known for its positive changes, like reducing the cost of electronic transactions by allowing access to information about markets fast and efficiently, as well as an exchange of items and commodities that were not available before, such as education and health services. Understanding the importance of this sector, the Ministry has launched a number of initiatives to open wide horizons for companies and businesses working in Qatar to deal and trade efficiently and fast, providing the transactions to the customers and therefore building a favorable and conducive commercial environment. The Ministry has therefore launched a mobile application that provides a number of vital services, such as the renewal of commercial permits, whereby those dealing with the Ministry can end the application for the renewal of their permit within 5 minutes. This also allows the upload of legal documents and attachments so as to increase the efficiency and the speed of processing. Of course, within 24 hours, you can visit the website to follow up on your application. This addition is an excellent addition in a number of services within the Ministry's matrix. It is a new approach to dealing with the customers in the economic realm. These smart electronic services provide other quality services, such as the search for the commercial trademark, the renewal of commercial permits and authorizations, as well as a number of administrative services that allow businessmen and women to run their affairs smoothly. Ladies and gentlemen, this smart change in the services provided by the Ministry of Commerce and Economy is but a token of its keenness on providing quality services to all its customers and to the business environment, building therefore a favorable business environment in line with the Qatar National Vision 2030. In this context, The ministry has launched a number of laws and regulations so as to fuel our business environment, such as the new E-Commerce Act that has introduced a major change by reducing the number of transactions and paperwork needed in establishing new businesses. The Act also includes a reduction of a number of transactions to establish new venture capital companies by small or small investors and beginners, considering that the establishment of such new startups requires only 1 hour in the ministry. This act is but a part of the ministry's plan to update and renew its regulations and laws related to the establishment of new companies. This goes in line with the international standards used as benchmarks in the startup business and doing business criteria. Of course, this has helped push Qatar up in the ranking between amongst other nations. Last but not least, I cannot but thank the organizers and co-organizers of this forum because it tackles one of the main and most vital issues for new economies, therefore heralding a new digital era. I wish all of you the success in your conference, and I wish Qatar, our nation, all the success in its endeavors. May the peace and blessings of God be upon you. We thank Mr. Yahya Naimi. And we now give the floor to one of the main e-commerce experts in Google, Mr. Sharbel Sarkis. Mr. Sharbel is head of the marketing department for Google in the MENA region. Mr. Sarkis will talk about the potential of developing e-commerce in the MENA region. You have the floor, Mr. Sharbel. Thank you for this invitation. يسرني أن أكون معكم. ما أريد أن أشارككم به اليوم
space in the region, in Middle East and North Africa, and discuss a few ideas around how we can together unlock the potential of e-commerce in this region. But before we start, I'd like us to go on a tour of the world and see what are the latest trends that are happening in the sector globally and see whether we can take a few learnings from that. You know how every generation thinks they are special, right? We are kind of special in our own way. We are witnessing the e-commerce age. If we look back at the history of the retail space globally, there is a 50-year retail cycle that is happening. In the early 1800s, we had the corner shop where manufacturing and where infrastructure wasn't really present, and it was mostly about location and proximity to consumers. And then in the 1980s, we had, in the 1850s, we had department stores where infrastructure started to become more available, and with industrialization, we had more products and we needed to get them out to the consumers. And then in the 1900s, we had the shopping mall. Now, especially in the US, people were starting to move to the suburbs, and we needed shopping mall with different options to cater for their needs. And then 60 years later, we had the big box retailers where products were widely available, there was commoditization, and pricing was very important. And we saw the birth of big box retailers. Now, today, we're definitely in an e-commerce age. And when I say e-commerce, it's not only e-commerce, it's m-commerce, it's any device really. But it's about electronic transactions that are happening. And the history of this industry didn't start today. It's been in the making for the last 30 years. I remember in 1982, well, not that I was really remembering at that time, but there was the Minitel in France, which was used to make some electronic transactions, right? Leading to the birth in the mid-90s of the big giants in the industry, the likes of Amazon and eBay. So where do we stand today? The global retail e-commerce industry has crossed the $1 trillion back in 2012. In 2015, it's expected to reach $1.7 trillion globally, leading to around $3 trillion by 2018. But the interesting thing to notice is that the pace of growth is actually accelerating. It's going from 16% on an average per year, average growth per year, to more than 20%. So what's going on? What's happening? What we've seen in the last 5 years is a complete shakeup in the importance of e-commerce by region around the world, and the rise of Asia in this equation, which represented around 28% back in 2011 to more than 50% if we talk about retail, which include B2C and C2C, consumer to consumer and business to consumer. China went from 7% in 2011 to around 40% in 2015 of total retail, global retail sale, which is fascinating in the space of 5 years. If we exclude consumer to consumer, China and the US are almost at equivalent size when it comes to retail, e-commerce, retail sale. So what's really going on? We have different share of e-commerce as a percentage of total retail spend. We have different regional model that have been happening. And we can notice that there are kind of 3 big clusters. There is the cluster of Asia that already crossed in some markets the 10% mark. So more than 10% of retail transactions are happening online. To another cluster which include the US and Europe, where this ratio is around 7%. And another cluster which includes us as Middle East, North Africa, which includes Latin America and Central Eastern Europe, we're still less, around 2 to 3% of total sales that are happening online. So I think it's interesting to look at what happened and how the e-commerce industry grew actually in the US and in China, the biggest 2 model. So maybe we can learn one thing or two from the development of the space in these markets. So let's look first at the US model. One thing to note is that every single e-commerce industry, whatever it developed based on the reality of the market. There is no one model that happened across the world. The model took into account the reality of each market. In the US is a very mature retail market. On average, people spend around $15,000 per year on retail purchases, right? And not only it's developed, it's also concentrated. In some categories, the top 5 retailers have more than 60% market share. And I'm talking overall retailers, not only e-commerce. So how did the e-commerce space was built in the US? Basically, there are 3 main pillars that help the development. The first one is the likes of Amazon and eBay. Really, they saw an opportunity at the beginning of the internet adoption in the US to build an e-commerce presence, but they had to build scale very, very quickly because they were competing with big retailers, and they had to have a very defined value proposition so they can effectively compete with them. So their value proposition was around 3 things: the availability of inventory by getting SMBs on board in addition to their own inventory, so building some form of marketplaces. Amazon, for example, has 2 million SMBs on board. They constitute 40% of what they sell. Also, price differentiation, guaranteeing the lowest price, and deploying a lot of investment to make sure that fulfillment and delivery is really kind of the philosophy of one-day delivery. So, which was a big success, and the pure play in the US constitute more than 42% of the total share of retail when it comes to e-commerce. But retailers were very present in the US, and they took notice of the digital changes very quickly. So every single retailer in the US embarked on a digital transformation program. And as we can see, they constitute together around 34% of the total e-commerce space, which is significant. And some players like Staples, for example, which sells office supplies, they generate more than 50% of their sales online today. So they managed to do a very fast and big shift into digital, so they are able to compete with the likes of Amazon, etc. And a third trend that we saw on the development of this market was brands going direct. Brands realized that there is an opportunity to basically shortcut retailers, right? And talk directly and sell directly to consumers. And we see brands in the US generate around 14% of the total e-commerce sales. And this had significant impact on multiple industries. As we can see, when we talk about media, when we talk about the media share of sales that is happening online today in the US is more than 50%. When we talk about electronics, clothing, and furniture, it's between 20 and 30%. And there are some other industries that are still lagging behind. So deep changes in multiple industries. Now, the China model is very different. China is a very kind of at the beginning of 2011, 2010, it was actually a very nascent retail place. Around $3,000 per capita was consumed on retail purchases, and the market was very fragmented. The top 5 retailers wouldn't have more than 20% market share. And what happened between 2001 and 2011 is that we had an addition, 200 million people became middle class in China. 200 million people. And the retail infrastructure couldn't cope with that. So we saw, especially Alibaba, taking advantage of this to really build the retail space online before it even happened offline. And how they did it by addressing all the issues in the ecosystem. Basically, 3 big issues. The first one is building inventory. How do they get inventory online? They basically digitized inventory by having consumer-to-consumer marketplaces like Taobao, and by having business-to-consumers a platform like Tmall, where they worked with a huge number of SMBs, millions of SMBs across the country on getting their inventory online. Second one is solving the payment issue. How do you trust paying to an SMB or even to a consumer that is far miles from you? So basically, they created Alipay that basically keeps money in escrow, so users have some confidence in making payments. And they also solved the logistics issue. They weren't able to build logistics across an entire country, right? Like China, it wouldn't scale. So what they did is they created a network called China, basically, that is a platform that works with all different logistics companies. It provides them with a digital backbone so they can understand the utilization of distribution center, predict future demand, and plan their routes much, much better. They are investing more than $15 billion in this over the next 3 to 5 years. And they are putting together 35,000 logistics companies in China through this network. So the story of China is very different. And if you look at Tmall versus Suning, Tmall is the largest B2C player in China in e-commerce, versus Suning, which is the largest retailer in China. Tmall is at almost twice the size of Suning. If you look at the US, it's very different. Walmart, the largest retailer in the US, is almost 7 times the size of Amazon sales in the US. So you see that in China, the e-commerce created the retail industry. Actually, for every single dollar spent on e-commerce, 40% is incremental to retail sales. Only 60% is substituting retail and 40% is adding to it. And this is what happened from 2011 to 2015. E-commerce sales jumped by almost 5-fold. The share of e-commerce, the retail sales that is going to e-commerce, increased from 4% in 2011 to 16% in 2015. Today in MENA, we're less than 2%. There is hope. Digital buyer penetration went from 14% in 2011 to 30% in 2015, and the annual spend per digital buyer also multiplied by 2.5 times. But that's not the entire story. There is another part of the story, the role of smartphones. As you can see, if you plot the evolution of smartphone penetration in China, which is the orange line, with the evolution of online shoppers in China, that is the green line. And you see how online shopping evolved almost at the same fashion as the evolution of smartphone penetration, talking to the importance of smartphone in e-commerce. And actually, this importance is disproportionate when we talk about mobile-first markets, meaning mobile markets where internet penetration at scale happened when smartphone penetration started to become significant. And in these markets, the likes of China and India, today we're at more than 50% mobile, more than 50% of transactions, e-commerce transactions are happening on smartphone, and it's expected to accelerate and to represent a bigger share in the future. Contrasting this to desktop-first market, like in the case of the US and the UK, where the ratio is still at around 20 to 30%. And think about some of our markets in MENA that are definitely mobile-first market and the importance of smartphone in e-commerce. What else? There is also, beyond the development of local players, there is an emergence of some global players in this space. Amazon is not shy of its global ambition. Today, around 40% of sales is being generated online, generated from international markets. It's difficult to scale the model of Amazon globally, but they are trying hard, and they have global ambitions, despite the fact that it's not yet very profitable for them. But Alibaba, the same player that changed China, right, has global ambition too. What do? They want to connect the entire world. They want to bring all SMBs in the world, put them on Alibaba platform, and make Alibaba platform the e-commerce destination for everyone, basically. And this is what they say. The goal is to help 10 million global businesses and serve 2 billion customers around the world. Definitely a player to watch. And the third kind of player that is especially becoming an important player in emerging markets is Rocket Internet, which is more of a decentralized play, but with regional partnership strategies, especially in Asia, where they partnered with Ooredoo in a fund that has raised more than $200 million and partnered with MTN and Millicom in Africa and some parts of the Middle East. So what's next? We touched on a few emerging technologies and trends in Dr. Hassa's speech. What are the emerging trends that are playing in the retail space, in the e-commerce space? The first one is around virtual and augmented reality, right? And especially leveraging the power of mobile phone, of smartphone. And this is the case, for example, of Sephora, where they can scan your face and propose e-commerce cosmetic products that fit exactly what you need, right? Social commerce has been a topic that's been around for some time. I think no one managed to crack it yet properly. We've seen some interesting forays with WeChat in China, which are offering now a full e-commerce experience on their chatting platform, including payment. Experience is not that yet comparable to what you get on a proper marketplace or an app or a site, but it's definitely an interesting place to continue to watch. 3D printing, and we touched on 3D printing before. This can be transformational, right? Think about it. When a company like Shapeways does not need to procure inventory anymore, right? They just buy raw materials and they have their 3D printing facilities and they can print and deliver straight to the user by shortcutting a huge, logistical complexity. But also think about 3D printing when it becomes available to consumers. And what will brand be selling? Will they be selling product or designs or trademarks? Definitely a very interesting space to watch. And also new delivery models, right? We all know how Uber is trying to utilize basically the unutilized capacity and to optimize routes among drivers so they can create a delivery network through on demand. On drones, there has been some serious tests going on in China with Taobao, and the government allowed them to deliver using drones to multiple areas in China as a test. And there is a lot of investment, as you know, going on into driverless cars that can reduce significantly the cost of last mile delivery when you don't have people operating it. Another trend is happening is that stores are leveraging the power of digital as well. When it comes to inventory, stores are putting their inventory online and not necessarily selling them. So you can, for example, through Google search, you can tell if you're looking for a certain item, you can learn where is it available and go and buy it physically. So digitizing inventory to drive in-store sale, but also beacon and in-store analytics. When you walk into the store, the retailers knows everything about you, but not only who you are, your past transactions online. So the word of online and offline is merged together, and they can predict and recommend items for you that are more fit to your need and in line with your past purchasing behavior online and offline. And of course, this is also spilling into mobile payment and digital wallets. I think there is a renewed momentum in this space with Android Pay and Apple Pay, etc. Definitely a space to watch, and how it can integrate couponing and loyalty program when checking out and paying at the end. And last thing, when it comes to delivery, retailers are also becoming a place for pickup for online commerce. So this is kind of how the in-store is merging with the digital world. So what do we make out of all of this? Of this massive growth of e-commerce globally, of this different approaches to building e-commerce ecosystems in different markets according to the reality of each market, to the importance of smartphone, and to the latest trends that the emerging business models and technologies that are impacting this space. Let's look a little bit about at our region, Middle East and North Africa. Today, the retail market is estimated at around $450 billion. It's a massive market. However, if you calculate the retail spend per capita, the average retail spend per capita, we're at around, in the Gulf, around 4,500, and in MENA overall, around 1,500. So there is still a lot of room to grow, potentially, if economic development helps as well. So when it comes to e-commerce, today, the market, and this is excluding travel and hospitality, right, is estimated at around 7 billion in MENA, which represents around 1.5 to 2% of the size of the total retail market. So the challenge for us, organically, this will grow, all right? It might double in a couple of years. But this is not what we're here for. The way we like to think at Google is 10x. We don't like incremental progress. We like 10x progress. And I think the challenge that we have, all of us here and in this region, is how to grow this space by 10x, not incrementally. How can we take it from 7 billion to 70 billion in 3 to 5 years? Is it possible? Other markets have done it, right? We saw the case of China. Can we do that here? And I think there are some reassuring signs in the ecosystem. From a consumer readiness, our users in this region are already connected online. When we look at internet penetration, it's among the highest in the world. When we look at smartphone penetration, especially in the Gulf, is among the highest in the world. And when we look at time spent online, it's again the highest, among the highest in the world. So our users, our consumers, are already online. Not only they are online, they are already transacting online. So if I may explain this chart, this is mapping out the percentage of digital buyers versus the average spend per digital buyer, and mapping different countries and identifying where do we stand versus others, right? And if we exclude travel, we have almost 10 million digital shoppers in GCC and around 25 million digital shoppers in MENA, which is around 30% of internet users actually shopping online at an average basket price throughout the year of around $500 to $600. If we take travel into account, so those who are actually buying in addition to retail items, travel and hospitality items, this ratio goes up to around 65% of internet users in the GCC, or around 25 million people transacting online. This is a lot, right? So our users have shown willingness to transact online. The main problem is that they are not transacting as much as we would like them to do, right? Their average spend is still low. So one of the questions for us is how do we enable more supply and create an ecosystem that offers more options for users to transact online and more incentives for them to do so. And if we look back at the last few years, what's happening in the region, we've seen tremendous progress, right? We've seen the emergence of players, of pure plays that are built in this region, right? Becoming household names, the likes of Souk, the likes of Marka, VIP, the likes of Namshi, etc., who are becoming household names, very strong presence in multiple categories. We have international e-commerce players that shown significant interest in the region by directly localizing their offices and their efforts to the region, or through their marketing activities targeting the region in a massive way. But also we've seen omni-channel players, like the traditional retailers. Remember the story of the US. The traditional retailers are all moving online. Every single traditional retailer today has digital transformation plans. They are already selling online or have plans to sell online and to integrate their physical and digital efforts together. And this doesn't apply only to retailers. It applies also to telecom operators who are launching their e-commerce platforms to sell their own plans and services online, etc. So every single player in this market have already moved or shown sign that they want to play in this space. We saw accelerators and incubator mushrooming across the region, helping entrepreneurs, kind of giving them the basic education that they need and mentoring them to help start a new breed of companies. We've seen more funding, right? We've seen the birth of significant VC players that are higher, that have more than $50 million that has been raised in the last couple of years, right? And we've seen significant money coming from international players, and with an average deal size that is increasing over time. And we've seen significant exits, right? Leading to the exit of Talabat, purchase of Talabat by Rocket for $170 million. The question is, when are gonna have our first unicorn that's gonna be sold or IPO'd at $1 billion? And also the ecosystem, the enabling ecosystem has been also developing in the region. If we look at the advertising side, that is kind of critical for e-commerce players to build their brand and to sell their product. We have local presence and support from the big advertising and technology players, the like of Google and Facebook. We have, and others, we have the agency world that has changed and is much more digitally focused today. And we have specialized agencies, digital agencies on the creative and media buying side that are present in the region to help stimulate the e-commerce space. On the payment front, that has been a lot of things that has been done in the region, right? We've seen localization of payment gateways and adaptation of models through cash on delivery, right? That is more fit for the region at this stage. And on the delivery side, we've seen much bigger effort to be done on mapping and identifying right addresses, and also proliferation and multiplication of number of delivery companies that are working in this region. So the question becomes, how do we accelerate the e-commerce space in MENA? The e-commerce space is already there. There are so many encouraging factors and a big momentum that has been building up. The question that we have for all of us is, if we want to multiply the space by 10x, what do we need to do, right? And I don't have answers now, of course, but I'm gonna be just throwing in a few questions for all of us to address. On the building digital talent, on the digital talent and entrepreneurial front, what needs to be done really? Do we need to have more digital educational programs that are embedded in our programs, in universities, but also in corporations? The role of incubators, are there enough incubators? And if there are they being supported by global incubators or global companies? We at Google, through Google for Entrepreneurs, we're working with a few of them in the region, right? And is there a social acceptance and support for entrepreneurs? Do we accept entrepreneurship as a form, as a profession in this region, right? On the second one, on SMB, onboarding. You know how many SMBs there are in the region? There are around 6.5 million. You know how many have websites? 150,000. That's around 2.5%. You know how many SMBs are there in the US? 22 million, 13 million have websites. More than 50%. How do we want to trigger the e-commerce space if SMBs are not there, right? And what's the role of telcos, of government, of global digital players like Google, etc., in getting SMBs online? And what's the role of marketplaces as well? Amazon has 2 million SMB on board. Alibaba, the same, and more. What's the role of marketplace, and how can marketplaces get SMBs, digitize them, and get them on board? On the regulation side, how can we make it easier to set up businesses, in e-commerce businesses, both from a cost and an admin process? And how do we incentivize global e-commerce companies to consider relocating in the region and have more localized presence and offering? On the funding front, you know, last year in the US, $50 billion went to digital investment, venture capital investment in total. 15 billion in China and 5 billion in India. We raised in the region $200 million last year, and probably an equivalent amount or a bit less was invested. There is still a big gap in the market, right? Especially when it comes to large tickets that enable already existing e-commerce companies to scale across the region, tickets of around $30 to $50 million plus investment from local players, it's difficult to find. So what's the role of sovereign wealth fund, of family offices and institutional investors in supporting this? And on the payment front, credit card, as we know, is still penetration is still relatively low in the region. What's the role of banks in this? Is there a way to also promote e-commerce through direct carrier billing? And what's the role of telcos there? And how can we build trust in electronic payment? Remember the case of Alibaba in China. And here, marketplaces have a role to play, and government had a role to play to build trust through different approaches in electronic payment. And the last one is around logistics. How do we make it easier for cross-border transportation of goods? And is there a way to create a logistics network similar to what we've seen in China? And how do we facilitate addressing and address mapping in the region? I'm going to end here. I'm going to leave you with one thought. Going back again to Alibaba, to Jack Ma, the founder of Alibaba, who said, bricks and mortar retailing is a mature business in the US, where consumers have been shopping in malls for decades and continue to do so, augmenting their purchases with occasional forays on the web. Online shopping is a dessert in the US, but in China, it's the main course. Can we make it a full meal here in the region? Thank you.
شكرا سيد شربل.
Small and medium businesses, مشروعات صغيرة.
Ladies and gentlemen, the first session with regards to business models and funding the changing landscape of e-commerce. The session will talk about innovation and new business models and the different means for funding them. Let us welcome the moderator, Dr. Iyad Al-Gassar, the Managing Director of Rocket Internet in the MENA region. Mr. Iyad, the floor is yours.
Small and medium business.
It's working? Yeah. Okay. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Assalamu alaikum. Welcome to this panel. I think the panelists are not all here yet. Or I think let's go to the stage directly, everybody, from the panel. Until then, let me introduce quickly myself. I'm Iyad. I'm born and raised in Germany, and to parents from Syria, Damascus. I was on an academic trip before I came to the Middle East. And I think everybody can just go to the panel already. So I was on an academic trip. I was in computer science, PhD and a researcher, before I got a call from Oliver Zamwer, who is the founder of Rocket Internet. We have seen Rocket Internet before in the presentation. And he told me, Iyad, I was very young. I was 26 or something. He told me, Iyad, we want to build big internet companies in the region. So why don't you give up your career and come to the Middle East? It's such a promising region. And it was just like the Arab Spring. Everything was in turmoil. And he was telling me, give up everything, come to the Middle East and build internet companies. And I was like, wow, that sounds like an amazing thing to do. Let's do it. I went there. I've never been leading a group bigger than 5 people, I think, in my entire life. We went there with my co-founders, and a year later, we were 1,000 people in the region. So we had 1,000 people, and we didn't understand anything. We were very young doing this. Why I'm telling this is because it shows you what commitment these investors had. They believed so much in the region to spend so much money, people who are not from this region here. And they had so much commitment to the region to spend this money, to give it to very young people who have never done anything like this before, and to execute it. So they believe in the internet models, they believe how big it is, they believe in the region itself, and they were ready to do it. We have done this in a short time. So we launched companies like Nemshi.com, we launched companies like Easy Taxi. Today we have, I think, 15 to 16 companies in the portfolio of Rocket, and it has been a tremendous time. And we believe and a lot of people came from US back, came from all over the world to join us in this adventure of launching these companies and building them. And they came really all over the world to this region because it's very special and it has a huge potential. And that's what I would like to discuss today with my panelists. I think a very interesting mixture of entrepreneurs, very successful entrepreneurs, and also from the VC or funding side. So let me quickly introduce everybody. I think everybody of you can give an introduction also to himself or herself. So we have, we start, I think, from the right. I think we should start from the right. So we have Mr. Dr. Tejender Singh with us from BPO Plus. I heard a lot of people in Qatar are talking about the new queue tickets also for the cinema, which is amazing. I think we don't have it in many other countries, which are now being implemented here in Qatar by your company. Maybe you give a brief introduction to yourself.
Yeah, so I'm Dr. Tejender Singh. I am the founder of Q Tickets, and we started about little less than 2 years ago. And as of today, we have received a phenomenal response. I cited an opportunity where people were booking tickets, standing in the queues, struggling at the box office, and there I saw an opportunity of bringing the e-commerce into the place for selling tickets. And so we triggered this idea in December 2013, and till date, we have sold more than 1.4 million tickets online. We have done it for most of the cinemas, events. Very recently, we were awarded by QT, Qatar Tourism, to be their ticketing partners. So it's catching up. So there is a lot of inertia, there's a lot of engagement that's happening on Q Tickets. I think this just started. What region wanted was a player which was basically filling up the space. So we are also doing the IPC later this month. and the sports tournament, and I think the future is very good for this.
That's great.
Yep.
Thank you very much. Next we have Mr. Muhammad from QDB with us, Executive Director of Investment. Maybe you also give us a brief overview.
Thank you very much, Dr. Riyad. السلام عليكم. أولاً بغيت أستسمح منكم بتكلم إنجليزي لمصلحة زملائي اللي معي. My name is Mohammed Al-Khatir. I am the Director of Investment in Qatar Development Bank. We are here to foster entrepreneurship in Qatar, and we have recently launched a fund, SME equity fund, a $100 million SME equity fund to invest in innovative startups and SMEs in Qatar. And we believe that e-commerce is one of the most promising sectors, in, especially for innovative startups. There's huge potential in the region, and I'm very happy to be a part of this panel.
Great, thank you very much. Next is Sonia. Sonia is a veteran in building internet companies in the Middle East, since 5 years, I think, in the region, or even longer. So maybe give us a short introduction.
Yeah. I came to the region in 2010 and then started working on agency side, generating footfall to events like Flash Entertainment in Abu Dhabi, for example, when they organize big concerts, re-engage with the customers. Then in 2011, I started working with Namshi, which probably most of you know. I joined at a time when there was no website, there was just a vision that Namshi wants to become the leading e-commerce fashion store in the Middle East. And so I think that was one of the most exciting journeys ever in my career, to build something really from scratch to a fully functioning corporate company. I then moved to bysymphony.com, which is a luxury fashion online store. They also have a bricks and mortar boutique in Dubai Mall. And after that, I joined Marca VIP, who are currently transitioning their business model from flash sales to a full price website.
Great, thank you very much. Next we have Muhammad from the International Trade Center.
Yes. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Forgive me, my Arabic is almost non-existent, although I'm an Arab. I represent the International Trade Center, which is a joint agency of the World Trade Organization and the United Nations system. We're basically a development agency, and our section is specialized in enterprise competitiveness, or how to bring SMEs to export better or to trade better. So I'm holding the position of the e-solutions advisor, and we are happy here to be here today to share this panel and maybe bring a little bit bottom-up view on what we see with the SMEs struggling with e-commerce from our projects.
Great, thank you very much. Next, I have the pleasure to introduce Christos. We had dinner yesterday, very enlightening, and yeah, maybe you introduce yourself.
Sure, thanks Iyad. Very happy to be here. I'm the founder and managing partner of Iliad Partners, which is a new early stage tech venture capital firm based in Dubai. And before that, I was running business development for Yahoo Maktub, the internet portal, for a few years. And also in parallel, I've been quite involved in entrepreneurship also as an entrepreneur. One startup I've been involved in as a co-founder and as an investor is Glambox, which some people may know. So what I hope to bring to the panel is a unique perspective of having been an entrepreneur, having been in big corporate, and now entering the investment space and addressing sort of the opportunities and challenges that exist from all these different perspectives, and also someone who's not from the region but have been here for over 8 years and would love to share my thoughts.
Thank you very much. Next we have Majid from a company people might know, it's called Uber. And some of you might have taken it to the venue today, so Majid.
Thank you very much. My name is Majid Abu Khatir. A little brief about myself. If you don't know Uber, it's an iPhone app that allows you to book a car at the press of a button. I joined Uber a couple of years ago as the first employee in the Middle East, so it's amazing to see it grow, and I'm happy to share those thoughts with you here. It's interesting to note that Qatar, or Doha, was one of the first 50 cities that Uber launched in the world. Now we're in over 350 cities. So it's amazing sort of what we've seen in the Middle East. And what people don't know about Uber is that it was probably one of the fastest, if not the fastest company to come to the Middle East from the US after only 3 years of operation in the US. It was one of the first companies to ever, like the quickest transition to the Middle East. And that's because they saw the potential in the region. And Dubai, Doha, and Riyadh were among the first cities in the world to be launched for Uber.
Great. Thank you very much, everybody. So I think let's jump directly into our topic. And I think one of the most important questions is about money. Very simple. If you want to build big internet companies, you need money. It doesn't work like with very small, etc., especially e-commerce, and I think many of you will also agree to this. So my question is, if I look into the investments of all these companies, of big ones like Uber, if you look into Rocket Internet, our company, if you look into Souk.com, etc., they are all funded from abroad. So Souk is funded from Nespers, South Africa. Rocket is funded by a lot of Western banks, etc. So why do you think is that true, especially to the guys from the investment side in the panel? Why do we see so little investment into the internet scene and from local investors and so much from outside? So maybe this also, to start with you, Mohammed.
Sure. I believe that the venture capital community in the region is still growing. It's growing, sure, but it's not as big as other regions. And these types of innovative startups and companies require a type of thinking when it comes to investment that traditional banks and risk-based funding usually does not fare well for them if conducted to them. And so venture capital and equity investments is something that the region has not had a lot of. And even when they did, I think the mentality was still very risk-based. That really has a trickle effect. And you can see that with the companies you've mentioned. They are a success. Relatively speaking, and yet they are funded by international.
But to your point that there's not a lot of private equity. If I go to Saudi Arabia, if I go to UAE, you find every day new chains of restaurants are opening. Mm-hmm. So people are investing a lot into startups in a sense, but not into the internet world. Why is that?
I'll correct you here. I said venture capital, not private equity. Private equity is more in the higher space and usually caters for traditional. Mm-hmm. And this is kind of like restaurants, and we have a lot of those in the region. But when it comes to innovative companies in areas like e-commerce and new areas that are kind of uncharted for the region especially, you tend to need more venture capital mentality of looking at the prospects and potential if it works, as opposed to studying the market, how many competitors are there, how big do you think you can take of the market share that is currently existing?
Okay. Okay. Christos, what's your view, as maybe also somebody who spent a lot of time outside the region?
Sure. So I think this is one of the reasons that I was inspired to actually enter this space. If you look at it, the fundamentals and the potential and the opportunities, there's a lot of opportunity for growth in technology and digital in the region. But yet there's a significant amount of gaps when it comes to the investment side, whether that's the sheer amount of venture capital that's available, availability across the different stages. There's a few gaps in the early stages and then for very big tickets. And also the value add that is typically added to entrepreneurs, which is a key component of their success. It's not just the money. So is there a gap when it comes to investing in startups? I believe so. I think the overall number needs to be increased. And then in terms of the type of value-add support across the different stages. That said, in my view, the fact that you have foreign venture capital firms entering the space, whether it's Naspers or Tiger or many others, is actually a validation of the sheer opportunity that exists in this part of the world. So I think that that's a good thing, number one. Number two, one has to take things into perspective and see that you know, the landscape today is significantly bigger and better and more mature than 3 years ago. You have more startups in the pipeline, you have more investors, a bunch of funds that have been raised in the last few years. So that in itself is an improvement. But that said, there's still a lot to be done. There's still a lot of money to be raised and to be invested in startups. And actually, one of the gaps which we identify is what we call risk capital, or sort of the missing middle between sort of angel and incubator money to sort of growth capital. And that's where entrepreneurs need the money the most. And if you look at ecosystems that have been successful, whether that's Silicon Valley or others, you have a lot of money that goes into that sort of stage, which is the risk capital, where entrepreneurs have to take a chance and sometimes fail, sometimes succeed. So, but that said, I think the signs are very encouraging. More money is coming into the region from outside, but also inside. And at the end of the day, it is somewhat of an educational process to educate everyone, whether it's entrepreneurs about it's okay to fail, with investors that, this asset class, even though it's not real estate or F&B, is actually quite lucrative, but it's a very different approach in the sense that you may invest in 10 companies and get an excellent return on one and the other 9 are not so great. But it's, I see the signs are very encouraging.
Okay. I think just to give like an idea of like the money needed when you build an internet company, and I give a bit of experience, and maybe Sonia, you can give us also like from your experience building these e-commerce companies, how much money is needed. Yeah, when we built in Southeast Asia a company called Lazada, which is like Amazon, we built it in the last 3 years. We raised for it, I think, $400 million in funding. So these are the amounts we are often talking about, etc., when we talk about funding. And maybe Sonia and also Majid, can you give us an idea why? Because a lot of people, when they come to me, they tell me, okay, why don't you build it small at the beginning, like an online shop, and you grow it, etc. So why is that not really possible, or where is the money going?
Well, in the beginning, I think also you have to be very fast, right? If you want to build something here in the region, you have to do it before anyone else does it. And especially at Namshi, I think that was one of the greatest challenges to make an online store that did not exist in the region, very big in a very small time, with very limited budget though, right? And because we had to prove it really works and people really do buy online across all the different GCC countries. So we had to also work with a limited budget in the beginning before we could prove it works and before we got more funding. That means also, for example, training a lot of people from the region, because when you look into talent, for example, there's very limited talent. So you can hire very few senior people, especially back then 5 years ago. It was really a challenge to find people who are really, really good at digital marketing. So we decided, for example, also to save some budget to really get a lot of fresh grads from AUS, American University in Sharjah, American University in Dubai, and really train these people from scratch. They were hungry for success. They wanted to prove themselves just in terms of like budget allocation, right? And then to make it really, really big. And now they're highly sought after individuals in the region, which is, I think, also a great success. But on all ends, and also, of course, marketing budget, right? You need to grow massively in the beginning. And because also at this time, we never knew, would any competitor come in at any point in time or not? So either we conquer the market now or never. So that's why I think it was very important. Good people, getting the right people on board, the right infrastructure on board, and really grow as quickly as possible in a short time.
Yes. And maybe, Majid, so how is it like from a Uber perspective, as a foreign investor into the region? How important is it? Is it like they're pouring a lot of money into this region compared to other regions like Europe, like China, or is it like something where they say we can do it with a low budget, etc., as Namshi started, etc.?
Sure. It's not at all where it's budget allocation. I think the way it works at Uber is that they allocate however we locally sort of ask for. So it's not coming top down, it's more bottom up. And what I mean by that is Uber, obviously the growth story is well known, where in 5 years, it's now in over 350 cities, valued at 50 billion. But essentially, what's happening is, in this space, and even in the regular e-commerce space, Amazon, you see sort of prices are going down significantly. The competition is leading to a huge price advantage for the biggest players. Think of Walmart, which is more traditional, but even Amazon in that sense, and Uber as well. Pricing is a big aspect of Uber's success. And to be able to justify that business model where your prices are really low, you have to have very, very small margins. But for that to make sense, you need to be extremely large. So when Uber allocates money, it allocates money to the region that can grow the fastest and can prove that growth with every dollar spent. So imagine, I think there's the sense that I need to be profitable as soon as possible. Some people want to be profitable after 6 months, after a year. But in a lot of cities that Uber, Uber launches, including cities here, our first goal for the first even year and a half to 2 years is not really profitability. It's just growth. And that means and it's obviously smart growth. There's a saying at Uber, it's, do you buy revenue or do you rent revenue? So you actually input your resources into partnerships, marketing, that sustains that growth when you pull back on the resources versus, paying for free rides to people, and then essentially when you stop that, people go back. So you're not renting revenue, you're buying revenue. So essentially going back to what you said, the ultimate goal is growth. And so once you grow and you become sort of the dominant player and you have massive scale, a massive network, then the margins in the business start to make sense. You start to pull back, and then that's where you see the profitability, and you start to scale the profitability in that sense.
Okay. And I think maybe also tell us a bit about Uber itself, raised a tremendous amount of money. You always see this in the news, etc. Just to get an impression on that internet companies or mobile companies, etc. are not cheap. I mean, just to get an impression of the size of investment that we usually see in real estate, that we usually see in manufacturing, etc.
So I can't really speak much about the funding that happens in the U.S., right? I can speak about more operational here, but what I will say is that when we do fund, I think what you've seen is the money goes straight into the growth of the business. So as I was mentioning earlier, now a big priority is not only the Middle East, which was one of the first regions that launched for Uber, but more recently it's India and China. The last presenter was talking about the business in China. But not only just in e-commerce, but in this space, in this sort of m-commerce transportation space, China was launched at the same time as Uber. So for Uber to get into China, it has to compete, same thing with India. There are similar technologies there that have done really, really well. So it's a very competitive environment. So 300 cities in 5 years, I think that's where a lot of that funding has gone into. But more recently, Uber has started to expand that and launch stuff like Uber Eats, which is not just a car delivery, but a meal. You can order lunch through the Uber app. And just a few days ago, we launched Uber Rush, so sort of this courier service. How can you use that network and that scale to branch into other aspects of the business, not just in transportation, but other things? And I think that's where sort of the funding goes to. It's to see, now that you've built this layer of network and scalability and reliability, what can you use it for other than transportation?
Okay. Maybe Ms. Tajinder, so you have been here in Qatar, etc. So what's your experience with fundraising? Is this was this easy for you, or from where is your money basically coming to build the ticketing system, etc.? Is this something I can imagine ticketing system is something everybody understands, I want to buy cinema tickets, etc. It's easy to explain also to investors. Was it also easy for you to raise money from the region itself?
No, I actually invested from my own private equity and my own money, and the Doha Bank actually supported me a lot in this venture.
Okay.
Suresh is here actually, he's been very instrumental in bringing this up with me.
Okay.
So definitely you need somebody to support you in this venture, in such kind of ventures. But I think answering I have my own opinion on the subject that you touched upon. It's too few at the moment. The kind of e-commerce startups we have, is for the investors, it is very less in numbers for them to attract vis-a-vis the conventional business sectors that they fund. So it's kind of a circle actually. What I've observed is, so in this region we don't have a penetration of credit cards too much. So the credit card accessibility is very few, and it's more of a cash transaction market. So when the bank sees lesser money coming in through the payment gateways, it's a less volumes, and that's where actually it still is an industry where you know, you don't create larger volumes in terms of transactions. Okay. So it becomes lesser interested, attractive to the investors as well. Okay. So it's a cycle which goes. So if you have a large, so unlike US markets where it's the plastic money, the circulates. So the accessibility or the shopping online or e-commerce online is pretty easy and pretty much available to each and every individual because they use plastic money a lot. Over here, the accessibility to the plastic money is very restricted. So that makes the overall transaction, for example, in ticketing stuff itself, we had, today we stand at about 30% of the total ticketing volumes that are sold. Now, this is against the global average of about 45%. This is again because of the lesser penetration of plastic. But I started, for the first year, we did not even cross about 10-12%. It's only after the first year we started gaining a little bit of momentum and it started becoming popular. But still we are away from the global. So until unless we see that penetration of plastic money, until unless we see that people can use plastic money because e-commerce needs that, we don't go to that volumes, and we don't go to the volumes, we don't create that business. We don't create the business, the investors don't get attracted to it, unlike conventional business. So this is, I think, a cycle where the bankers have to play an important role in bringing plastic money more accessible to the people to use on e-commerce. And I think most of the e-commerce players with me will agree on this because we don't transact in cash. And so that's one thing which I have faced in Q-Tickets. And, and we had a little bit of challenge in integrating the debit cards also, but finally we did that. But I think not many e-commerce players can do that. So that again is a challenge, a big challenge.
Okay. Mohammed, maybe you have been advising and working with a lot of startups, etc. What's your view like on the funding in the region in general? I mean, is it easy to get accessible to money, etc., or was it like more foreign investors?
It's a very important question to us as a development agency. When you go to developing countries and you ask, do you need more money? They all say yes, any SME. So we have to dig further. And I think there is money is available. Banks, capital is there. And what we notice on the ground is that the SMEs are not yet complying with the requirement to be credit worthy. So most of the time it's a compliance issue, problem of history. They don't have enough history, enough audited accounts. They don't have enough turnover, enough customer to justify an investment. So that's one part, and we are acting on that. I don't know in particular for the MENA region, but I guess it's a matter just like e-commerce of digitalizing one's business so that we can have a track record that we can present to the investors, be it a capital venture, a bank, or a private investor. And then I just wanted to share another point of view, if you allow me.
Sure.
I think sometimes we look at the tree and we miss the forest behind. Somehow we have a perspective in terms of defining credit worthiness from a capital holder perspective. And we fail or we don't look enough at the consumer perspective because at the end, the humans, the people are the investors. And I think there's something very interesting happening when you look at Kickstarter, when you look at Indiegogo and all the crowdfunding. We see that they are bridging a gap between the traditional financing model and then the people's approval of an idea, of an innovation. And they say, okay, I put my little bit of money because I think this will work. And we have seen some examples like the virtual reality Oculus Rift that started on Kickstarter and then got great capital injection. So I think we have to look at how our product, our offering, is it worthy for the consumer, the customer? And then from there, we can build on, because I think capital is available.
Okay. I think looking into, I think capital is definitely one of the most important points when you look into the startup scene. I think the second important point is to look at the business models that you want to put and pour the money in. So this is an e-commerce forum. What I always tell people is e-commerce is very complicated. It's a very complicated business because you have to deal with logistics. You're a retailer at the end. You're building a Walmart. Yeah, it's not like you're building just an internet service. You're building a real infrastructure. So it's a very complicated thing, and it takes a long time. Yeah, I think that's also something investors, etc., when we talk to them, don't see it at the first time because they think, okay, a restaurant chain, etc., will give me profits after a couple of years. E-commerce company may not make a lot of money for a long time. Like look at Amazon. Yeah, I read like a recent study. They made 1.7 billion in profits since their inception in 1995. So, and they burned a lot of much more money. So I think looking which models to start, especially in the region, is crucial also for like the entrepreneurs, etc., coming in the region. So what I would like to get a feeling from you guys, where do you think, what do you think are the open topics here in the region? Where would you invest your money? Yeah, I mean, just imagine you would have $1 million, $10 million, or $100 million. Where would you, in which area would you go? In the Middle East, more specifically in the GCC. Majid, maybe you start. Don't tell me Uber. So a company that you guys are not running.
Well, I'll speak for myself. I'll speak personally. I won't speak for Uber in this case. But I mean, the statistics were shown in the previous presentation, which is the fact that the growth in this region is unbelievable and only going to get better, especially in e-commerce. I think I would still go into the, personally, I would still go into traditional e-commerce. From what I've seen, there are business models like eBay, and correct me if I'm wrong for anybody afterwards, the business models like eBay where it's sort of an auction type of deal, or business models like Amazon where it's really the lowest price and the fastest delivery kind of thing. Now Amazon is branching into Prime. So I still think there's still a lot of room for very traditional e-commerce. So when you think of Amazon or eBay, I still don't think there's one that's very dominating in the region, and I think there's going to be one very soon. And so if I had that $1 million, I would sort of go out to look for either the people that can build it or the people that have just started to build it and they just need to scale it tremendously like Amazon has done.
Okay. Thanks. Christos, where would you put your 1 million, your 10 million, and your 100 million?
Sure. So it's a very interesting question. First of all, if let's say we try to oversimplify what the landscape looks like. So we have traditional e-commerce, and of course the e part is a bit relative because there's actually, as we all know, a very big offline and brick and mortar component. There's what I call e-commerce enablement. So all the ecosystem around e-commerce which helps it happen. Logistics, delivery, payments, and others, and platforms, for example. And third, a catch-all category of, let's say, digital services, which I guess an Uber or Airbnb would fall in, where you basically are the so-called network orchestrators, where they orchestrate other people's assets using a network effect. So it's not really that investment heavy when it comes to, investing in hard assets. So I just use that to kind of create a very quick framework of the landscape. I would, if it was myself or my firm, I would focus on 2 and 3. So first of all, e-commerce enablement. I think for the region's e-commerce to grow, it needs a lot of sort of supporting services. So, companies like Fetcher or, Teller, Payfort, etc., which, will need to be there for e-commerce to succeed. And the ticket items are a bit smaller.
But let me ask you too, you're like very focused on e-commerce. Don't you think this is a winner-takes-it-all market?
In which space? All of
e-commerce in general, like general e-commerce.
So I was getting to that. So if you look at e-commerce specifically, I think it's a very tricky investment, especially if you're in the early stages. If you're a private equity investor looking at the souks and market VIPs of the world, that can be a very interesting proposition because you sort of want to predict or think you can predict who's going to win the game, and you take a bet on the winner. But when it's on the very early side, it's quite difficult, and the level of investment and how capital intensive it is to invest in an early stage e-commerce startup, it's quite challenging. And in our case, Glambox, we had raised 2 rounds of financing, and then when it came to raise a Series B, actually we did not have any series, institutional investors at the time, 2 years ago, to raise a Series B because it was sort of not existent in the region. So we actually had to go to family offices and what have you. So to answer your question, I would invest in e-commerce enablement and digital services. Okay. But if you're a private equity firm, I would definitely look at e-commerce proper.
Okay, sounds good. Mohammed, where would you put your money?
Thank you. Well, I have to kind of make that up because I don't have money. I can't think really as an investor. But I have a biased point of view, if you allow me. I would invest first in SMEs, okay, because socially speaking, that is the fabric of society. Not that it is against multinationals, no, on the contrary. I think there is an ecosystem that is very important to nurture. Now, I like to think as a consumer. So if I had to invest money in something, I would look online on the internet about an e-commerce project, what the users are saying, what they are thinking of it, because I know that they will buy it or not. And I think I will take that perspective before investing.
Okay, thanks. Sonia, you have done a lot of e-commerce. Would you again put money into e-commerce?
Of course, but it would have to be scalable. I think that's really the challenging part, to have a business that is really scalable, and not only just by adding geographies, but by the mere business model itself. For example, even at Marca VIP right now, as I mentioned before, right, we're transitioning out of a flash sales model to a model which really offers products from worldwide through multiple integrations with different partners, with our own stock, because we realized that with flash sales also we can reach the potential only to a certain extent. It takes a long time for the customer. Again, the customer decides what really works. You have to develop what he really wants. He's not willing to wait for 21 days, for example, if someone else is offering next day delivery. So definitely something where there's a lack in the market, something that is not offered yet, and that is scalable. Could be, I think, a huge market still, all the Arabian wear. Most of the big websites that offer that are from the US or are from abroad. There's no big local player that does that at all. Even thinking, me being a vegan, organic supermarkets, things like that, I think there's a lot of potential here. This is where I put my money in.
Okay, so vegan supermarkets, entrepreneurs out there. Mohammed, I mean, you are investing, so what do you think is most promising in the region? Right. What do you think this is going to?
So I'll speak about the region, and this is a personal opinion. The fund is dedicated only for Qatar, so it's not regional per se, but we do look at the region. We hope that the company thinks globally and not just the country as a whole. But for me, definitely e-commerce is something of a very promising and still untapped market in the region. I think as my colleague Majid said, there is no clear leader yet. As a matter of fact, me being a consumer of e-commerce, a very eager and a frequent user of e-commerce, more than I would like. I'm sure more than my wife would like too. But
normally it's the other way around.
I use Amazon all the time, and I use Shop and Ship Aramix, and I use border links with DHL, and consistently use websites that are international to ship as opposed to regional ones. And that is because the experience is just so much easier. It is much, much easier to do it that way. So I think there's a huge opportunity to do it, ship much faster, get local goods that are not available in an international e-commerce website. But I also think that there's, beyond e-commerce, there's the sharing economy is kind of apps and services, kind of like Uber, but TaskRabbit is one of them, Instacart is another. I know that some of the companies have already started. Shabab Falcon is one of them, and eGrab is another. Those are very exciting to me. They're tapping into a very kind of clear need for the customers, and I think it's prone to grow.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you, Tajinder.
Well,
if you don't put it into tickets.
Yeah. There is, see, what I've seen in past couple of years is there are a lot of ideas going around, and people are having some fantastic ideas on e-commerce, and I've been bumping into those guys. But I would probably choose projects which are more around the lifestyle, lifestyle when we say, when you're looking at, like he said, like e-commerce, e-grabs, or, the grocery part of it, fine dining. is still not available online. You know, we still struggle in Qatar to look at the fine dining options where we can go for a particular cuisine, or, you know, can I book a table? Can I get value-added services, you know, like a cake or a flowers or something. So all these things probably is the future. You know, there's a lot of gap between the touch and feel business and the internet business, and this is where the IT enabled, that is e-commerce, will play a larger role in terms of, you know, shaping up the lifestyle of the people. And this is probably around this particular space I would probably put my money.
Okay.
Yep.
Sounds good. I would put my money for sure in the region, like in all of these models. I mean, the interesting point, I think, what we have heard, like in e-commerce and e-commerce enabling technologies and services, etc. I think if you look into this region, there is so much still to get. Like if you go to Germany or if you go to Europe, you have these services which are 15 years old. Amazon itself is today 22 years old. So it's an old company, or 24 years old, etc. It's an old company, and it's still not here. So you have like very proven concepts everywhere in the world that are very old and that you can still get in this region. I think that's a tremendous opportunity. And you know, like there are other regions. Yeah, for example, we as Rocket are in Africa, in many countries, in 30 countries in Africa. But I mean, the very like exciting part about this region is that people are already online. They are online, they have money, they are spending. We have seen this in Google. It's a very unique situation. You don't have this somewhere else in the world. In China, people are online, true. But in China, you have Alibaba, yeah, a multi-hundred-billion-dollar company. You have all these services, etc. This region is very unique. You have a high internet penetration. You have a lot of tech-affine young people who are using the internet more than anything anywhere else in the world, and still you don't have these multi-billion-dollar companies. So there is probably in all this stuff that we have seen a huge, tremendous opportunity, because the models. And here's, I think, the questions that we always have to ask ourselves is: will there be this kind of company in the Middle East? Will there be an e-commerce shop, a big one? Will there be a supermarket, an Instacart in the Middle East? And I think always the question is yes. So the question is only who will do it. Okay, I think just like on the time, I think we are still, we have still 10 minutes, right? So I think we go to questions from the audience to our panel. So yeah, where's the microphone? There is a microphone. It's running.
Cost 30,000 more, right?
Just if you can elaborate more on the.
So check with them if it is not more than.
On the buying revenue versus rent revenue, if you can elaborate more, please.
Sure, happy to talk about that. So the question was about the earlier sermon I said, buying revenue versus renting revenue. The way we think about our marketing at Uber is that a lot of times when we enter into a new city, we might do things like offering free rides to everybody. We call it, you know, a free weekend or a free week, an Uber free week, where any ride you take is free. So whoever downloads the app and they can request 2 rides, 10 rides, 100 rides, and it'll all be free. Now, Uber pays for that as a marketing budget. And so imagine if I had $1 million to spend in marketing. Do I do an advertisement, a billboard, a TV commercial, a radio ad, or do I literally give 50,000 people $20 to try a free ride? And so it's the latter what Uber does. Now, when you do 50,000 people and they all get free rides, what happens when you take away the free ride is that, or the free service, whatever, it's not just necessarily transportation, is that of these 50,000 people, how many are retained as loyal users? If it's 100 people, then literally you've paid $1 million for 100 people to try out your service. But if it's a situation where $1 million pays for 10,000 or 20,000 loyal users, then you've pretty much spread out that cost. So in the first instance where you only retain 100, then you've basically generated a lot of revenue, but that's all coming out of your pocket. So each ride is technically revenue, but each ride is also paid for by you. So you're basically renting that revenue because When these users go away, the revenue drops. But how do you get to a point in your business model where you spend on marketing, and then once you sort of scale back that marketing spend, the users just on their own continue to use the service? So you basically paid $1 million, bought the revenue, and then once you buy it, the revenue sticks. The revenue stays there, versus buying the revenue and then it just goes down. So you basically rented it and paid it off. So that's sort of kind of the concept that we look at when we talk about, when we really evaluate our marketing spend, specifically at Uber.
There.
Thank you. I'd like to thank everybody for the nice speeches. My question now, when do you think the right time for the startup to approach the funding agencies for raising a fund? Is it with an idea? Is it like when because normally he's confused, like with the idea. Some people will not be convinced. And my second question also about the website, which is not selling. It's just like they have targeted gaining more customers, and then they will depend on the advertisement. So this is, I think, it's not easy to convince people to invest in until it's proven that it's like a website with so many customers. So I think it's a challenge for the people who's trying to build such business.
Okay, maybe Sonia, the question is, so how do you see if your business model is big enough and convincing enough people? I mean, when do you decide this is maybe not the right business model or not the right company to build?
What you can do as a company is always to look what works in other markets and how was the development in other markets compared to the market you're in. So back then at Namche, of course, it was a risk as well because there was no e-commerce and you have to start somewhere, right? But the idea itself is proven and it just takes some time to adopt. Online started in the US, then it came to Europe, and why not try it out in the Middle East? And then the minute you have your basic first funding and operate for a couple of months, I think the KPIs will speak for themselves. And as digital, the beauty of it that you can measure everything, like every single fils, every dirham you invest, you see immediately what you're getting back. And because it's so measurable, you can prove the success. You can prove if we make this change on the website, we can see an XYZ percentage increase in conversion rate. Or if we optimize our marketing by using different creatives or using different wording, we can optimize, save money, make it more efficient. And I think it's very, very important to be transparent, to show all these KPIs. And of course, I think it's beneficial if someone who's investing in e-commerce has a truly deep understanding of e-commerce, that everything is measurable, and that you as being like the founder or in the founding team are really working on all the different variables that determine the success of a business. Like coming from the buying, what do people really buy in the beginning? How can you optimize that? From marketing to logistics, that every single component will and can be optimized in the long run. And I think that's very important.
Next question here in the front. Okay, I think next.
Hello. Yeah. What I understand that entering in the e-commerce arena starts with the first step is the idea. And our youth, they have bright ideas, especially girls. And they cannot take their second step for the reason of that availability of resources, and one of them is fund. So what my suggestion here is that to develop a business, e-commerce business incubator, where the basic infrastructure is available to realize the youth idea into an e-commerce application, where a shared services or shared funding can help youth to come forward and realize their e-commerce idea into a reality, and then a business people or investor can come and take them further. So it's a suggestion and a question. Thank you very much.
Okay, I think let me take a quick answer on this one. I think what is very important for founders, At the beginning, it's your job as a founder to get the money and to get everything done. It's not the job of anybody else. What does it mean? That means it's hard work to get money. It's not easy. It's not easy in the US, it's not easy in Germany, it's not easy anywhere. Getting funding for your idea, if you have a great idea, then you have to be convinced enough of it that you can convince other people. I think the region, it's not very easy to raise money in the region here for internet businesses because people are more conservative. But at the end, it's not like, it won't be ever like a completely nurtured environment. Every founder, and that's what I had yesterday in this in the incubator meeting, also like as a discussion with the people. I think you have, if you're a founder, you have to contact 1,000 people to get finally one guy to invest into you. It's hard work. It will never be that there is a government, etc., that is giving you all the money, etc., that you need to make this business work. It's your job, you have a vision, you have to go into it. And also an answer to the question before, never do small models. Yeah, never do a model, and I've seen some startups across the region always, people tell me, okay, at some point this will pay my bills. This is the wrong way. You can't build a company that pays your bills in the internet. You can either build it small, then it won't exist, or you can build it very big, and then you have a vision, and then you have to push for it, and then you have to convince everybody. You have to talk every day to everybody, to hundreds of people to get a single one. I think that said, there still needs to be like regulations much easier to get to funding. There must be some trust given in funding, so it would be good. What we see in other countries, sometimes investors give $1, the government gives another $1. Yeah. So all that said, I think at the end, the responsibility is with the founders, not with the ecosystem. It's with the people. You can build very big companies, but it's not the job of anyone else than the founders itself. I don't know, maybe you disagree. Anyone with a comment on this? Christos.
Sure, a few thoughts. So I agree with you, and just add a few more maybe additional dimensions there. So I think a few other things that kind of make the difference or are important. I think number one is commitment. You know, is this person or this team so convinced about this amazing idea that they have quit their job and they're working on it full time? I think, you know, personally, I think that level of commitment is important. Second of all, I think execution, right? So it's a different thing for someone to approach an investor and say, I have an idea, period, versus I have an idea, I've built this prototype, and I have my first customer. I think that latter part really shows, you know, the perseverance and the execution that's necessary. And then from there on, I think as a potential venture evolves and grows, some of the key things would include, as you said, scalability. So does this startup focus on Bahrain or you know, one specific market, or is it about scaling across the Arab world? Scalability is very important. And a last thing, of course, you know, defensibility. Can this stand competition, whether it's a global company or even local competition? So these are some of the key things that I think are the key ingredients.
I agree, yes. I think there was a question on the first table, on the first row. On the first row here.
Yes, and there's time for one more question, and we're going to be moving on.
Thank you. First, I'm Suresh Bajpai from Doha Bank. I definitely want to thank the organizers for getting this event together. And I wanted to thank you, Doctor, because you raised a very important point to every one of the panelists. What will they do with $1 million? Where will they invest? My leading question on that is, distinctly everyone, much of the answers came around enablement of e-commerce. The next leading question I have on that is, from the entrepreneurs who want to get into this business here, is it about focusing in e-commerce space on enablement services like payments and delivery? Is it success transfers from overseas markets and getting into Qatar or GCC like Uber? Or is it, you know, vanilla e-commerce startups who will look at local GCC pain points and try to get an e-commerce solution? the esteemed panel members, where do you see the trend getting into?
Maybe let me first start answering this one. I think it's everything. I think we see Uber, like foreign investors coming in with their money, their model, etc., going into this country. We as Rocket Internet do this too. We have like a very widespread investor pool. I think the amazing part is everybody is coming to this region. Like look at the panel. Yeah, we have people from very different backgrounds, like Germany, like Greece, Arab background, non-Arab backgrounds. Everybody is coming here. They're coming as investors. They're coming as big multinational companies, etc. They're coming as private people. Like I'm hiring a lot of people for our ventures. We have like, I don't know, dozens of people from Ivy League universities, from McKinsey's, etc., etc. And I talk to them, you know, and I talk to Americans, I talk to British people, to Germans who have no relationship to this region at all, who don't have parents coming from here, and they are all super eager. First time I talk to them, they tell me, this is a region we always see fires and stuff on Al Jazeera, right? So I might not want to go there. And then they start to look into the economics of this region. They start to look at the, and they come. They come from all over the world, and the best people, the smartest people. Yeah, and I think, Majid, maybe you can also like elaborate on this from what you have seen from the people coming to this region. I think the smartest people, the best educated people are coming here. They're giving their opportunities in London, they're giving up their opportunities in New York, they're giving up their opportunities in, yeah, the Nemshi founders are all, like one of the guy was at Berkeley. He's born and raised in the United States. He went to Berkeley University. He was best of his grade, of his class in computer science. He was at Google. He was best rated in his year. And he said, no, I don't go to the Silicon Valley. I go to the Middle East. It's a much more interesting opportunity. And I think that's what we're seeing. Everybody is coming to this region. Yeah, but what's your view on this?
I agree. I think the panelists were talking about enablement, and that's all very important. But ultimately, the success of any venture, whether it's e-commerce or even traditional businesses, is the people itself. How can you ensure that the best talent comes here? Because no matter where you are, obstacles will be in your way. Dr. Iyad was talking about the founders. You know, the founder has to put in all the work. But ultimately, again, the founder, it's an individual or a group of individuals that are just don't take no for an answer. We'll do 1,000 meetings for just one positive, you know, for that one positive response. And ultimately, it's that drive, that passion that goes back to the people themselves. How can you ensure that you, as a business or as a country or as an ecosystem, how can you ensure that the brains of the world are coming here and not leaving to go somewhere else? So ultimately, it's a question of the people themselves.
Yes. Anyone else what's your view on foreign investors, etc., coming also here and
to the region?
To the region. So what do you think where this will go? Do you think, from your view, will this be a foreign game as it's now from an investment perspective? Will these all big companies, etc., be foreign companies finally in 10 years? Or do you think there will be a change in the mindset of local investors that they really go harder into this and invest?
I hope that there will be local companies that emerge as the leaders in this region. I suspect that global companies will still have a pretty big presence here. I think one of the issues, at least we're facing, maybe in the GCC region, maybe in Qatar specifically, is the idea of entrepreneurship is not seen as well as it is seen in the US, for example, or in other countries, and this is something of a cultural issue that I think needs to change, and I hope it will change. I know that the new generation, especially ones graduating from Carnegie Mellon and other universities in the region, are really thinking differently. They want to change. We're fortunate enough to which is a double-edged sword. We're fortunate enough to know that there are jobs for you that pay well, but that means that entrepreneurship is even less of an interesting and attractive route to go to. But I think people see that it is not just monetary, it's self-satisfaction that motivates you to do something yourself and prove it. And I think the new generation is seeing that, and I'm seeing it more and more. And we have a huge support network from QDB to ICT Qatar to QSTP to others that help tremendously with getting them off their feet. So I'm hopeful, and I do hope that foreign investors come in. I think this is good. There are still regulatory restrictions that will, not make them grow as much as they probably would in other countries. But their presence is good. We're a global market now, and their networks that they bring in with their investments is something that is great in my opinion.
Okay, thank you very much. I think that's a positive note to end the panel. I think I'm getting already the red card. So thank you very much. Thank you everybody for the interesting discussion, and thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Riyad, and for your panelists as well. لقد أسفر التعاون.
The partnership between Qatar and Ooredoo has launched a partnership that is not aimed on monetary papers. I would like to ask Hibat Maimi and Mr. Ahmed Abdelaziz Al-Nama, the CEO of the executive manager of marketing, in Ooredoo, to come to the podium. Thank you. Good morning. At the onset, we would like to welcome the distinguished guest, and we would like to thank ICT Qatar, represented by Her Excellency Hassan Jaber, Minister of Communications and Information Technology in Qatar, for their support in order to implement Qatar National Vision 2030. The partnership between Ooredoo and the QNB is based on a strong partnership that provides smart banking solutions, not only for a big section of the society, but also on the level of Qatar and its aspiration for a smart nation that implements smart solutions and that caters to the needs of the different individuals. The salary system through the e-wallet, which is known as mobile money wallet, through a common system that connects the banking system with the mobile money system, connected through a SIM card. We can manage it through different services like credit card, mobile application that allows the users to receive the salaries through this mobile wallet and perform their transactions in a safer and secure manner through electronic channels and networks like points of sales and ATM machines, and the ability to use this mobile application to transfer money, to charge their mobile phones, to pay invoices with less effort and less money. These comprehensive and smart solutions will allow the users to use the banking solutions in faster and safer ways. We, as financial institutions, we are proud to partner with Ooredoo in order to achieve together common positive solutions in order to cater to the different needs of our customers and to ensure success of institutions and to provide innovation and creativity on the level of communications and banking. In the end, I would like to thank all those who have contributed in the success of this effort on the economic level and the national level. Thank you very much. Thank you, Faida. In the name of God, the most merciful, the most compassionate. the onset, we would like to welcome the distinguished guests and Her Excellency Dr. Hassan Al-Jaber, Minister of Information and Communications Technology. I thank you for attending this press conference. I would like to begin by welcoming our colleagues from QMB and their efforts for providing the solution. I would like to welcome our colleagues from ICT and thank them for the continuous support at Ooredoo. We trust that mobile applications will enrich the lives of individuals, and this conference is proof on that. We are very happy to launch this service, which supports the salary protection initiative that was launched by our government that will enable companies to pay the salaries of its employees directly through a mobile application with less money and less effort. The salary transfer system is safe and secure in comparison to the system that is based on paying salaries through checks or through cash. Now employees can see now when the salary has been transferred to their account, and also foreign laborers are able to transfer money to their families safely anywhere. And we're very proud to say that this service is the first service for salary transfer through a mobile application in the media, and this shows that Qatar is committed in supporting the workers' right. Our leadership is exerting great efforts in order to provide safe working conditions for all laborers. At Ooredoo, we are proud to contribute in such efforts. In the business world today, many employees have the ability to use smartphones and mobile phones, while others are not able to get access to traditional banking services. But mobile banking services now, employees are able to benefit from services such as direct transfer, to transfer their money to their families in an easy and safe way, and as an alternative of carrying great amounts of money, cash or great amount of cash with them. And also and there are great benefit for companies as well through this application. The companies will decrease their accountancy right and will increase also the proficiency of work, and there is a great amount of efficiency and accountability, and will lead to decrease of any kind of fraud. Through this service also will provide a special discount card for employees they can use at any ATM, any POS within and outside Qatar. Ladies and gentlemen, Ooredoo has a clear vision, a clear and important mission with regarding to building a knowledge economy in Qatar. We work with major partners like UNB in order to provide the services and solutions to improve the lifestyle of our communities and societies. Thank you for being here with us to launch this important service. May the peace and blessing of God be upon you all. Thank you.
شكرا لكم وشكرا لجميع المتحدثين.
I'd like to thank all the speakers for their information, their vision. We will take a 10-minute coffee break and then we will come back to resume our agenda. Thank you. good for me or he's not good for me. مش إنه لا بركي بيتغير وبركي بس I've known him من الطعشات يعني he's my best friend.
طب
بس
وكنتوا you were
فيي
dating؟
you dated. We almost got engaged.
Please have your seats. السيدات والسادة، أدعو الآن السيد فالح محمد النعيمي.
The chairman and managing director of QPost to take the floor. He will talk to us about the QPost services matrix in Qatar and its vital role in developing e-commerce. You have the floor.
قبل هيدا عنا speech هلا قبل.
May the peace and blessings of God be upon you. At the outset, I would like to extend my thanks to the organizers of this forum. We take pride in such fora. The good news is that my presentation will not be lengthy, and you might enjoy it. A shorter break.
QPost key players in the market, e-commerce proposition in Qatar, e-commerce value chain, QPost delivery challenges, and our future. I'm sorry, some of the slides being shared earlier, it seemed somebody hacked my presentation, but we believe in sharing. QPost became a company. It's called now Qatar Postal Service Company. Our objectives and strategy in line with Qatar National Vision 2030. Our vision is to provide the best-in-class services across Qatar. Our strategic objective is to enhance service delivery experience, build best-in-class operations, and embedded organization capabilities. Those are the well-recognized key players in Qatar. Definitely QPost is the best. It is my marketing page, but that's fine. I mean, in reality, we cannot go far away. In reality, there is many smaller players in the market, and we are very much counting on Mr. Mohammed Al-Mannai to regulate the market, where the benefits comes to all of you. MENA is 17% annual growth. It is the second fastest region. Qatar is not far away from that. It is also 17% year by year growth. The expectation to go to $2.2 billion as e-commerce market in Qatar by 2019. And I'm quite confident that QPost will capture 90% of this market. Interestingly, that Qatar is the highest per transaction and the annual transactions per users, which goes to 3,500 per user and almost $260 per purchase. I would like to take you through the e-commerce value chain, where it starts from marketing till the return and repairs. QBost will work hard to fulfill all the gaps within Qatar market and phases, and this is in line with our strategy. A good e-commerce value chain will look like what we are representing, and I'm confident with QBost team will be able to provide you with the best solution in the near future. QBost considering a new way and innovative of delivery. It is not necessarily only the classic way in advanced nations, home delivery. We are considering postal lockers, where it has been proven as a concept in many countries, and we are piloting a number of postal lockers in Qatar, basically in most where people would be available in malls, residential area, and so forth. The pilot will be within the first quarter of 2016. The QBost is considering the national address, which called Unwani in Qatar, to be the backbone for the addressing in Qatar. And we have piloted the project in Al-Wakra. Right now we are analyzing the data and information to come up with the best ever scenario for delivery in Qatar. When we deliver in Qatar, we would like it to be a Qatari experience, customized to Qatari flavor. We are investing in our fleets, and it will not be only cars and metro cycles. You'll see a better way of delivery in very innovative way. QBost is fulfilling the digital government services. In the last 3 months, we have processed 400,000 transactions, definitely with the help of ICT Qatar and Hukumi portal, with our best partner Hassan. We'll be aiming for trebling these numbers in the near future. QBost is launching a virtual addresses facility for shoppers in Qatar, and will be covering America, Europe, and Asia in the first quarter 2016, which meets the client and customer expectation. We are considering a Q-ship product toward the end of 2016, and it will be another channel for e-commerce within Qatar. Furthermore, we are going to a Q market or marketplace, where a lot of people would call it, and this will be from end-to-end solution, from retailing, warehousing to delivery. Hopefully it will be before 2017. The challenges, as being discussed this morning, basically the adoption of or usage of the Unwani, the official address in Qatar, has not yet reached to a maturity. There is a lot of weaknesses on the transactions or usage of the credits, which I think my colleagues have addressed a lot of it, where the credit cards is less than 20%, 29%. Cash on delivery, it is something the client wants, and the client, we need to respond to client's needs, so we will provide a lot of solution to trigger that gap. Government policies and postal services, I'm very happy to hear from Minister of ICT Qatar that in the near future we'll see policies, and we are very much counting on that. QPost will utilize the best solution for delivery, will offer very personalized and innovative services for our client. We are expanding by far in Qatar, and we are looking forward for a true partnership with the strategic partners. So I just would like to encourage the potential partners to grab this opportunity. Otherwise, when our ship sail, there is no back. So grab this opportunity as we are looking forward for it. Thank you very much.
شكرا السيد فالح. ستعقد الآن الجلسة الثانية حول خدمات الدفع الإلكتروني والتوصيل والبريد.
Be holding our next session regarding
التحديات المعاصرة لخدمات الدفع والتوصيل وكيف يمكن للتكنولوجيا إحداث ثورة في هذه القطاعات. فلنرحب بمدير الجلسة السيد عمر سدودي الرئيس التنفيذي لشركة بيفورت.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. السلام عليكم. أول حاجة, I'm very honored to be in Qatar today, and I think before we start, I just wanted to welcome you and Your Highness and Your Excellencies, and I would like to thank ICT Qatar for really playing an instrumental role in putting this together. You brought a lot of the movers and shakers in the region, and I think ICT Qatar is definitely serious about developing the ecosystem. I'd like to invite the panelists, please. Mr. Abdelaziz. Just to quickly introduce myself, my name is Omar Sududi. I'm with Payfort. Prior to Payfort, I was with Souk.com. I started Souk in Egypt in 2009 until 2013. It's a lot of fun to start an e-commerce company like Souk.com during a revolution, but you learn a great deal and you become more resilient because of it. Prior to that, I started the first fintech company in the Arab world. It was called Excel Arabia in 2005, and it was most of the company was sold to Sawira's family in Egypt, and in 2008, the credit crunch crunched us. So, and that's when I joined Souk. I'd like to introduce some of all of the panelists. I'll just say the name, and if you guys can just introduce yourself. We have Kavanch from PayPal. If you can tell a little bit about yourself.
Thank you very much. First of all, thank you very much for allowing me to speak. It's a very pleasure to be here. Kavanch Onan. I'm Turkish. I'm coming out of Istanbul. I've been with PayPal just over a 5 years period. Have started the operations in Turkey, and now also look after a few colleagues of mine for the MENA region, which expands from Morocco to Kazakhstan and as well as the Gulf region.
Great. We have Mr. Abdelaziz from QMEC, Chief Commercial Officer.
Yes. First of all, I'd like to also thank you for allowing me to participate, and thank ICT Qatar for the perfect event that's being held today. Abdelaziz Ahmed Al-Khal, Chief Commercial Officer and Deputy CEO in Qatar Mobility Innovation Center.
We have Mr. Iyad Kamal from Chief Operating Officer of Aramx.
Good afternoon. Yes, I'm Iyad Kamal. I'm the Chief Operating Officer of Aramx, and I basically handle the global operations of the company.
Mr. Suresh, Head of Retail Banking for Doha Bank.
Thank you. I'm Suresh Bajpai, Head Retail Banking for Doha Bank. I'm proud to be here. I want to thank ICT for organizing, as Omar mentioned, getting the best of the movers and shakers from the region. It's a very passionate subject for me, and I've been in this field for almost 10 years. I've been with Doha Bank for about 3.5 years in Qatar, a lovely place to live. I came from New York. I used to work with Citibank, and I was the global head of digital banking and payments at that point of time, making Citi as the world's digital bank. I worked with many of the, I was very fortunate to have launched the Google Wallet along with my team in New York, who worked with the likes of Microsoft and Amazon and PayPal's there. And I'm definitely very excited now to be part of the journey in Qatar. And I want to especially thank many of the partners who are present outside at the kiosks My colleague just mentioned to me that more than 50% of the participants who have put up the stalls are with Doha Bank, and I want to definitely thank them for that. We have been making a great progress in the region. We have what is called dohasouk.com, which is the first e-mall portal run by a bank in the region. We are the leading payment gateway providers, proud to be associated with Q-Tickets and Dr. Tejinder, as he mentioned, in powering Q-Tickets. We have the e-wallet in terms of Click Card. We were fortunate enough to work with QCB and ICT and QPay to be the first bank in the region to accept anybody's debit cards. We are the only one who facilitate online direct connections. So it's a great journey for us, and we are here to serve you. I look forward to these discussions, and anything that we can do to bring e-commerce to the next level will be our privilege and honor. Thank you.
Thank you. We have Nathan, Head of Emerging Products and Innovation for Visa.
Hi. I run basically Visa's innovation function and team for MENA. I run a team based in Dubai. Basically, we are responsible for everything regarding digital payments, so that's e-commerce, mobile commerce, proximity payments, and push payments as well.
And last but not least, Mr. Malik, Senior Advisor in IT and Risk for Ernst & Young.
So my name is Malik. I work for EY and I help organizations improving their security posture in the region. So I guess we are seen like as cybersecurity professionals as dealing with conflicting KPI, so trying to improve security while potentially diminishing the customer experience and things like that. So I look forward to address questions around this particular point today.
Thank you. Before we start, I'd like to make a quick announcement. I'm proud and honored to say that Beyfort is live in Qatar today. We have finalized our testing with Doha Bank, as well as, thank you, as well as also integrating with the direct local switch, so you can use your direct debit. So for a merchant, from one API, you can integrate your Visa, MasterCard, but also direct debit, and we look forward to, inshallah, working with all of you, inshallah, for years to come. Before we start, I'd like to give a quick introduction about the e-commerce ecosystem. There are 4 major pillars in e-commerce that make e-commerce work. The first one is marketing or analytics. Basically, if you're trying to sell a product online, if you can't bring the customer to the website, well, they're not going to buy because they're not coming to the site. So that the most important pillar is actually creating the traffic that comes to the site. Imagine if you have a mall, but nobody actually drives in front of that mall and they can't even know that this mall exists. So the second thing to make something successful in e-commerce is content. So imagine if you go to a mall and you walk into the mall and say, you know what, this is a very fancy mall, but they don't have many stores. They don't have many products. Maybe I'll come after 6 months when they have the stores and the products. So content and merchandising and availability of product and price leadership is key to make sure that e-commerce works. Around 60% of customers buy online because of price, around 30% buy because of convenience, and 10% buy because the product they're buying is exclusive and they can only find it online. The third and the fourth pillar is usually outsourced either from the retailer or the e-commerce player to providers like Beyfort and PayPal and so forth. So payment is the third pillar. And how many of you been to a mall and let's say wanted to buy a blue shirt and you say, this is a nice shirt, I'll buy it. And then you come to the checkout and you find 20 people in front of you. You find yourself putting the shirt away and say, you know, I have a lot of blue shirts. I can go home and I can iron that shirt. I don't really need that shirt. Why? Because you don't want to wait in line. That's what we call friction from payment. So our job, and I'm sure everybody in this panel, is to minimize that friction to ensure the transaction takes place. And of course, last but not least, it's the logistics aspect of it. You know, I can't, send an iPhone as an attachment in an email. A lot of logistics takes place. So today we're going to shed some light mainly on the infrastructure that supports e-commerce, which is payment and logistics. And what I'd like to do is split that into 3 sections. The first section is we're going to look at the demand side, which addressing the end consumer. And then we're going to look at the user experience, which is between the consumer and the merchant. And then we're going to look at the supply side, which is the merchant. So the first question to you, Nathan, is for credit card penetration in Qatar. And in terms of trends, penetration, usage, can you tell us a little bit about that, please?
Yeah, absolutely. So I know we've seen earlier today, we've listed almost as a challenge of the number of cards issued so far in this market, but I'm very happy to say that the growth that we see in Qatar from Visa card transactions online is very promising. It's a leading market within the MENA region. Right now, MENA is growing in terms of e-commerce Visa card transactions at about 25-26%, and Qatar is outpacing that at around 30%. Also, in terms of overall percentage of all Visa card transactions, whether that's online or in a store, Qatar is seeing 17% of all Visa card transactions going online, whereas the rest of MENA is less than 15%. So it's a leading market in terms of growth year on year.
Okay, great. On that, Kavanch, would you like to add some of the trends that you're seeing on the customer side? Primarily, a lot of e-commerce merchants with us, they want to know, and I think Mr. Al-Khatir mentioned he's buying from Shop and Ship. So if I was an e-commerce merchant, I'd like to understand the breakdown between an international transaction and a local transaction. Can you shed some light on that for Qatar and some parts of the region as well, and how does Qatar compare to that?
I mean, from an experience point of view, the expectations from the consumer is always the same, right? I mean, in a payment platform, and it's true, I think, in offline and online, regardless of where you're doing shopping, the first thing that always comes to mind is the security. So that's the number one thing that people want to make sure. They don't care as much as long as they know it's secure and as long as they trust that it's secure. But it's the number one in any of the aspects, in any of the consumers' experience. And the second piece is always the same, right? Fast and convenient way of doing that. We see a lot of growth in the what we call SANTP, which is the cross-border pieces. But over the last years, and this is also very typical, also judging from the experience that I had in Turkey, it's very typical. The e-commerce usually starts cross-border because there are already goods that people find in the market and buy and got used to buying locally from their shops, etc., in the retail. But then there are certain goods that are not necessarily available, which people get to experience through online shopping. It could be tickets, travel mainly, obviously, as always, and then move on to the Amazons, eBays, and Alibabas of this world. And then there's an element in which, as the supply side starts to get stronger in the market itself, you see intra-region, we call it intra-region shopping. So it's not only US, China, you start to see it within Europe. You start to see a lot, especially now within GCC. Through MENA, Turkey corridor is also one of the strong growth corridors for us. So as it becomes much more available in the market and as the mass population starts to get accustomed to buying things online, they also shift from international to regional. Yeah. International is always big, it always grows fast, right? And there's different elements that impact that, which we can address later. But the domestic side, the intra-region side is always what helps the growth, and it spreads to the mass group.
Okay, great. Actually, I'd like to ask the audience a question. Show of hands, who is actually buying from an international website? Who's buying from a local website? Okay, so I think the abundance or the majority is buying from international sites. And I think if I was an e-commerce entrepreneur, I see that as an opportunity and an area of trying to understand what people are buying and why they're buying it and how I can add value into that. So it's not something that should discourage us, it's actually an opportunity. But of course, all these shipments come to you via someone. And I'd like to ask the question to Mr. Iyad Kamal now. First of all, we saw this amazing presentation about queue post. So I'd like to understand your points on that one, as well as tell us a little bit about the trends in terms of shop and ship for Aramix in the region as well.
Fine. So I think, well, I was impressed by the QPost presentation. I think it was a nice presentation, and what we need to do is actually we need to work together and see how we can deliver on solutions in this market, which is a very important market. So there's a couple of issues that we need to work with closely between logistics operators like us and QPost, because at the end of the day, they allow us and do not allow us to do things. So we have to work closely with them to see what could be done. And of course, competition is very healthy for all of us. In terms of what is happening in the market, if you look at the analysis that we do on our packages, and between shop and ship packages that we deliver our consumers here, and our e-commerce business, if you look at the top 3 markets in the region, the number 1 market in terms of size is Saudi Arabia, because of the mere, there's population there. The number 2 market is the UAE, and then very closely to that is Qatar. Qatar is a very interesting market. So if you look at shop and ship in specific, shop and ship it's a very important destination for us here. The average order value is pretty high. The per capita income, of course, in the country is pretty high. So that affects the whole formula of what people are buying. If you look at, on average, the average order value of an e-commerce package or a shop and ship package within the GCC is probably $120. When it comes to Qatar in specific, it exceeds $180. Again, that goes back to the per capita. I think also what is very encouraging here in Qatar and the GCC is the customs duties. So if you look at if you compare the GCC with other countries in the Levant, for example, it's customs duties. Anything below $300 is exempt from duties. Anything above $300, you only pay 5%, which is very attractive to encourage e-commerce and in and out of those countries. In terms of what people buy, the majority of what people buy in Qatar are apparel, clothes. Okay, so it's a hot item, and then number 2 comes on the list is electronics. So that's a very quick landscape of what's happening in the market here.
Thank you. The next question to Mr. Suresh. With all these shipments, sometimes consumers are challenged to make payments, whether if it's an international transaction or a local transaction. Sometimes the site is declining that transaction, but I know Doha Bank has been leading the way in the last few years, whether it's direct debit or the wallet. Could you elaborate a little bit about that?
Sure. The biggest challenge, as you had very rightly said, that there are 4 pillars of e-commerce, and payment is one of the key one. I think every retailer excels and has a trust as far as quality of goods is concerned. When it comes to QPost, DHL, Aramix, you count on the delivery. The most important element in the whole exercise is still the payments. I want to step one step back to say why this region is different from the rest of the regions. We talked about US trend, we talked about China trend. In GCC, 2 cultures come together. One is the global trend, and the other is the local trend. The global trend is embedding your life into the smartphones. The local trend is the malls. We can talk about e-commerce, we can talk about opportunities in the digital world, but uniquely in GCC, malls and smartphones come together for the digital e-commerce. And that's an important point to understand and remember how we're different from the rest. It's a community which exchanges information by word of mouth as well as social media, which is very strong. Most of you will be sitting in Sugar and Spice, and you will be having your smartphones and talking to each other and to the world outside. It's a unique culture. And the important trust in the e-commerce business is, who do you trust? My colleague mentioned, you need to provide security to the consumer. You need to provide security to the corporates. You need to provide security to the community. It's not just financial security. It is financial security, data security, safety of the country as a whole. So there are multiple C stakeholders. And while we have, what is important is a community can only be safe when a country controls it reasonably well and has an eye on it. That brings you to the very important question of trust. When ICT works to take e-commerce to the next level with all the stakeholders here, it is one of the biggest partners along with the government will be the central bank. That's because the country cares for the security of the people. Which comes to the question of why payments is important in this world. Payments have to be secure, must give peace of mind to the consumers, to the corporates, and to the country or the community. That is where the role of the banks comes in. So whether it is Doha Bank or any other bank, whether we work with the scheme so this, we bring the best of security and peace of mind. So what we have been doing as a bank, which I was mentioning in my introductions, is very clearly providing the backbone to the SMEs in the country, to the e-commerce players in the country, to provide them a gateway to make safe and secure payments. That can be through the use of credit card. It can be through the use of debit cards, and we worked with QPay, as I mentioned, to and ICT and QCB to get anybody's debit cards accepted, because otherwise it's ironical that you cannot accept everyone's debit card onto your e-commerce portal. Then we have the next product that the consumers like to use is kind of an e-wallet, a click card, and the reason why people want to use that separately in the wallet is, I never advise anybody to link his bank accounts directly to the external world. You need a staging area. And an e-wallet or a click card is an excellent example of providing security and peace of mind to yourself that your $200, 200 reals is exposed, your 2 million is not. And I think that's an important thing to remember.
Great. Actually, we're going to talk a little bit about user experience, and I'd like to touch that on user experience, but do you mind if I just take a question to Mr. Abdulaziz while you're talking? In order to make sure that all these businesses and what we're trying to do work, a lot of services, and particularly public services, are required. We saw a few examples of them today, Anwani and so forth. Can you give us shed some light about QMIC and what you guys are working on in terms of supporting?
Absolutely. Just for the people that I think a lot of people don't know what QMIC is as well. I'll just shed some light on what we do and who I am as well as a professional. I've been in the IT field for quite a while. I've been with QP, moved to QMIC. QMIC is Qatar Mobility Innovation Center. It's a co-founded entity that is actually in Qatar Science Technology Park, co-founded by Qatar University and Qatar Foundation. Its intent or strategic area is to it's a technology enablement. So locally based technologies that can go into, have strategic impact, either on an enterprise level, on a country level, on a consumer level, and on a public interest level. I won't go further than that, but I will go back to your question. You said in terms of public interest, what are we doing to enable the public, or how does this? I mean, I feel like I'm the wild card here. We have payment specialists in the panel. We have logistics experts. We have technologies. So system level technologies. We do have public interest apps such as Masarik. It's free. It's downloadable. It sheds some light on what Dr. Hissa, Her Excellency Dr. Hissa has said in terms of big analytics, big data. We do all of that, and we create innovations and systems based on top of that. Part of what we've been heard today is the addressing system. That is already incorporated, provided, and we provide, aside from the addressing system, we provide logistics services, traffic services, we enable dispatching, we enable customer-facing applications. We do target logistics very heavily. And we have the capabilities, and we try to serve multiple layers in the country, from government to enterprises to consumers, to make that data available, readily available, make the services more meaningful, impactful, strategic, from a personal level all the way to a national level. I believe the only thing we probably are lacking, and I'm happy to be in this conference, is we never put a lot of thought into the e-commerce process. Payment is always a bottleneck. Delivery and logistics is always a bottleneck. How can you close that cycle from A to Z, from the consumer being safely using payment systems, safely ordering things online with web presence, properly enabling these companies to use the technology that has been developed to leverage off of them to complete the logistics cycle all the way to the door seamlessly with a one-click type of experience, which I believe is a big gap in the country.
Malik, so for every e-commerce endeavor, there is always a conflict. I want great KPIs, but risk is always a factor. How do you strike that balance, or what kind of checks and balances that I need to have in place in order to safeguard against risk and cybersecurity and fraud and so forth?
Yeah, thanks. So obviously, if you look into e-commerce transactions, let's look into how. So you walk in a mall and you step into a merchant. So what do? You spend 2 or 3 minutes looking around and very quickly making a decision around whether you want to stay, whether you want to buy something from there, or you just leave this merchant and potentially never come back. So in the digital world, it's pretty much similar. So you go on a website and you spend a few minutes looking around, trying to make your own opinion about whether the site looks professional enough, whether the products are well defined, whether there are testimonials around people that would have used the site that would provide a positive experience, whether the merchant communicates about the refund policies and those sort of issues that you would face in case the goods that you have ordered never arrived, and what sort of guarantee the merchant gives you in order such a situation arrives. So obviously there are a bunch of things that the merchant can provide on their website that would give you enough assurance around whether the merchant is professional enough around their service delivery and things like that. However, obviously there are a bunch of trust-related issues that would still need to be addressed properly in order to eventually convince more and more people to do e-commerce transaction. And to start with, obviously...
So what do I need to do as a merchant? What type of tools or design of my application or design of my website, what are the factors I need to have in order to increase the trust and security and privacy and all that stuff? What do I need to do?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, the first issue that a lot of us deal with are privacy-related issues. Yeah, in order to do e-commerce transactions, you have to provide data about yourself. And obviously, we hear more and more in the media around companies like eBay, like Sony, having compromise and on Facebook and things like that, and data compromise. So obviously, there has to be something done in order to provide enough assurance to the individuals, to the end users, that privacy-related are addressed. And obviously, there is a perception issue, which is quite important, and sometimes it's just difficult to defeat the perception. But there's something that can be done by the merchant in order to provide evidence that he is securing the data properly. And obviously, the merchant himself needs to be helped in order to provide this evidence. And obviously, we are talking about basically, and I was listening this morning to that colleague that mentioned that only 2 or 3% of the merchants have website online. So obviously, as part of the whole process of a merchant going online, building his website, so he would need help in order to address this particular challenge. And one particular issue is how to provide the evidence that you know how to secure data, you know how to authenticate people, and you know how to handle with this critical data. And I think help needs to be provided through the infrastructure that has been developed by ICT Qatar, through various frameworks that were developed by ICT Qatar, so that eventually the vendor can provide what we could call a trust mark, a trust mark that could be put on the website, and so that the trust mark would show like the vendor would have went through an onboarding process, so that the onboarding process allowed you to show like leading practices in dealing with the secure data with the data that comes to you that you have to deal with and things like that. So that's one particular aspect. Trust mark is important, and obviously as soon as this is put in place, I think it will help quite of people to do more and more transactions. But there's, I think, another important issue related to credit card fraud, and the perception that those people that would have credit card in their wallet still fear to use their credit card information, mostly because, again, perception in a lot of cases, and I guess lack of awareness as well, because people might think that the credit card information that you provide would be stored by the merchants, which is obviously not necessarily the case. And the challenge here is obviously, first of all, how to eventually have more and more people using their credit cards to do online transactions, and obviously defeat the perception that we have that obviously using your credit card information is troublesome. And the solution could be a solution that would address the fundamental issue of credit cards that may not be available to everyone in the country, while meeting this particular demand. And we are talking about like a sort of PayPal-like system in Qatar that could allow you somehow to do a credit card transaction without using.
Sorry, actually, can I move, because they just asked me to move a bit quicker. So I'll get back to you, Nathan. If you can ask me, if you can, user experience. We're talking about user experience, and a lot of cards right now in the region, we see that they're 3D secure, and for 3D secure is basically when you're transacting on a website and you end up at your bank website to put additional credentials. We're looking and we're seeing a lot of failures coming from 3D Secure. One, it could be lack of awareness. The customer is not enrolled. The customer doesn't know how to do it. But it's actually it's paying. It does have an impact on an e-commerce merchant. How does Visa see a solution to that problem?
I think one of the things that you mentioned is one of the clear answers is it's awareness and education of the cardholder. Through the networks and the cardholders, issuers, just in terms of how 3D Secure works, what the benefits are to the cardholder, why it is in place, and how that makes this payment option a great and safe one for them. It's just often when 3D Secure is introduced to a market, and that's a security solution now we are using to enable debit and credit cards in Qatar for e-commerce transactions, is that like any new solution, you just have the typical kind of growing pains with consumers as they learn about a new type of technology, and as they use it more than once, that challenge of drop-off or confusion, it goes away naturally. But I think that there's an education piece, absolutely, that the market's important for all of us stakeholders to play.
Okay. Do we still have time, or we're out of time? We're out of time? We're out of time somehow. Okay, I'll open the floor for questions. One or two questions before lunch. No questions? Everybody's hungry. Okay. Well, thank you very much for the panelists. I know it was a short discussion, but thank you for your time, and thank you for your thoughtful participation.
شكرا سيد عمر، وشكرا للمتحدثين.
For the lunch. تتضمن الجلسة التالية موضوع الشركات الناشئة في مجال التجارة الإلكترونية، حيث تشهد قطر زيادة في عدد الشركات المحلية التي تقدم الخدمات التجارية الإلكترونية، ومراكز وحاضنات الأعمال المحلية مثل مركز حاضنات الأعمال التابع لوزارة الاتصالات وتكنولوجيا المعلومات وحاضنة قطر للأعمال، والتي تقدم مستويات مختلفة من الدعم للشركات الناشئة والمشروعات الصغيرة والمتوسطة في مجال التجارة الإلكترونية. وعلى الرغم من تلك الجهود الداعمة لا يزال العديد من هذه الشركات يواجه تحديات للتوسع والنمو سواء على المستوى المحلي أو الإقليمي. خلال هذه الجلسة ستشارك الشركات الناشئة في مجال التجارة الإلكترونية خبراتها وقصص نجاحها والتحديات التي واجهتها والإمكانات المستقبلية، حيث يمكنكم زيارة المعرض خارج قاعة المنتدى خلال استراحة الغداء. ولنرحب بمدير الجلسة الدكتور ماهر حكيم، أستاذ مشارك بجامعة كارنيغي ميلون في قطر، وأعضاء الجلسة الكرام.
Thank you very much for attending, and thank you to ICT for putting together this forum. I was just told that we only have 35 minutes because we're standing between you and lunch. So I'd like to ask the panelists to come to the stage. So I may be the oldest moderator on stage so far, but I think I have some of the youngest panelists. So a couple of things first. I will be asking the question in English, but you guys feel free to respond in either English or Arabic. It's up to you. I think it's probably with the exception of Susanna, we all can speak Arabic. Do you know any Arabic? So you're on your. And the second thing is because of time, the questions I asked, don't feel compelled that every panelist need to answer the question. So you can skip it. I'm not going to call on you if you don't want to participate in that particular discussion. Okay, so we're going to get started by, maybe I'll give you all a couple minutes to introduce your startup to the audience and what you do, and then we'll get into the discussion. So, Ahmed, you want to get started?
أحمد الكواري، طالب هندسة كهربائية وكمبيوتر في جامعة تكساس A&M، وأنا حاضر أمثل بيك أند دروب لخدمات التوصيل، شركة لوجستية ناشئة، وإحنا عبارة عن شباب قطريين. شفنا أن والله التجارة الإلكترونية تفتقر ل element التوصيل الدليفري. حاليا عندك شركات مثل أرامكس DHL، وهذيل الشركات بس لتوصيل الانترناشونال شيبينج، والدولة تفتقر مثل اللوكال شيبينج بروفايدر، فاحنا نحاول to fill this gap.
Very good, right on time. Ali.
السلام عليكم. علي المالكي.
علي المالكي، أنا المدير التنفيذي لإيجراب. إيجراب إذن هي
grocery deliveries. Actually, we don't keep inventories. We are a technology company. Inventories, we use the hypermarkets. We use the GPS navigation for our logistics. We have started in Qatar with 9 areas with deliveries, and we are looking forward to expand locally and regionally.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ayman.
Yeah, Ayman Arbid. I'll speak in English. So we started Qatar Best Deals, which is the first website we launched as Riyadh Trading in December 2011. We have 3 co-founders, me, myself, Wasim, and Maryam. Until now, we sold up to 500,000 in electronics and other goods for the last 7 to 8 months. We have learned a great deal since we started in the area about logistics, e-payment. We are incubated in the Digital Incubation Center, which is the best incubation center in the Ministry of ICT.
Thank you, Ayman. Yusuf?
My name is Yusuf Al-Muslah. Okay. I'm Yusuf Al-Muslah. I'm the founder of ESU Qatar. ESU Qatar is a marketplace dedicated or targeting micro businesses in Qatar. It is a two-sided platform similar to eGrab. It's a marketplace. We don't hold inventory, okay? But we provide a platform for micro businesses to showcase their products on the platform. Our website is live now, and we are in the process of developing an app, which will be inshallah posted in the stores, inshallah very soon, maybe within a month. It will be posted.
Thank you, Yusuf. Turkey?
Assalamu alaikum. My name is Turki bin Faisal Al-Thani. I'm founder of Catalyst Holding, which is a company that's investing in various types of technology, one of which is e-commerce. We have a joint venture with a German company, 004, which is a company that's already invested in e-commerce. And this is just one of the projects that I'm working with between joint venture between Catalyst and 004 to bring e-commerce to Doha. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Turkey. And last but not least, Susanna.
Hi, yes, my name is Susanna Ingalls. I'm one of the 3 co-founders of Urban Point. We are an e-commerce platform that looks to connect local, service-oriented businesses with Doha residents.
Thank you. Thank you. So we're going to structure the discussion around 3 main themes that are of interest typically to startups, but specifically to e-commerce startups. Theme number 1 is about talent. Theme number 2 is access to capital, which is a theme that has been addressed in previous panels, but we're going to look at it from the perspective of startup founders. And theme number 3 is e-commerce infrastructure. But before we go there, I'd like to ask one question of the panelists, which is regarding the opportunity. So before we start talking about the challenges, I want to hear from you, why did you feel, with the existence of a number of well-funded regional e-commerce players and international e-commerce players and a lot of different regional players, why did you feel that the local market here needs a startup e-commerce solution? And do you feel that the opportunity is just local, or do you have ambition to go beyond the local market?
بخصوص الفرصة احنا شفنا ان السوق
We
يحتاج
found that the market needs a local company for delivery because the merchants now are using really what we call the mandoobs, or delivery persons, and this is not professional. And we found that the market needs this, and we grabbed the opportunity. There was no denomination for the activity that we want to do, so we met with the Ministry of Economy and the Ministry and ICT as well, and Ministry of Transportation in order to come up with a certain denomination, and this denomination allowed us to really describe our activity, and we started our business with regards to فيما يتعلق بالإيجرا. إذا لقد درسنا السوق.
To go for groceries shopping, in the evening. Other thing is the traffic, queuing in the hypermarkets, and so we've studied the market that we really needed somebody or an application that will do deliveries and grocery deliveries for people, and people can enjoy their times for other things, going to gym or sitting with their families. So the opportunity here with this business, really, there is no such similar business actually, whether in Qatar or I don't know, in the region actually. So there is good opportunity here to grow in the region.
Okay.
Yeah, so to be frank, because we are a marketplace selling electronics, this is an idea that's been there for a long time. Even regionally there is souk, but what we feel is that the market is still not mature. Like souk is maybe 5-6 years old, Amazon is 10-15 years. So even if we start with the idea, even though it has similarity to other players, I think it's fair enough to say that the competition will phase. We are planning to be at least regional in the GCC, maybe in MENA. We think we have some ideas because most of us are from scientific, technical background. We have some ideas to contribute in terms of the technology to develop and the ideas there. And also to be frank too, because a lot of us are until now local. The local market is very thirsty. Like until now we have, as we said, 14% penetration of e-buyers, while the regional average is 27. So if you just think about that and think about Qatar as a good place to start a new idea, I think that's a good motivation to start here, and to also think that the market outside might be able to absorb, because a lot of the new companies are still phasing out, are still shaking out.
Yusuf, anything you want to add?
Yeah, we read today in the roadmap published by ICT the size. I mean, Qatar is the 7th largest market in the MENA. The internet penetration is more than 91%. The population, yes, I mean the growth is really very high growth, 17% growth. So it's really ideal environment for e-commerce market. Over and above this, for ESOO Qatar, the micro businesses, they are relying on primitive tool to market their products, which haven't been developed as e-commerce platforms like Instagram or Twitter or Facebook. And that's why we thought of developing a proper platform for this type of for this segment, okay, in the market, which is the micro businesses.
Okay, Turkey, you'd like to add anything?
Yeah. So, to be honest, in talking about opportunity, there's a lot of things to say, but I'll try to be brief. The first aspect of it, the way I see it, is if you look at Doha today, to me, it's as if looking at the US or the West in general in like 1999, where they were still, when e-commerce was still something new and people were getting used to it. I think that the opportunity here is the future potential for us. Because if you looked at those countries and their markets back then, you saw that although these companies were there, that they still didn't reach the penetration that they have today. And there's a lot of different reasons. One of the major ones is that you need to convince people to use these technologies and use these services. And this is something that I think that we're struggling with here, is that you hear a lot of people that they want to enter this market and they want to invest in these kind of technologies, but when someone comes to them and they describe their company to them, they're not convinced of it yet. And so this is kind of the same scenario like I see it back then. And also in terms of people buying online, I think that people have still not yet seen the full practicality of the services provided to them from online buying. So I think that's kind of the stage we're in now, is like, okay, we have these companies we're bringing in, we're building up this infrastructure, but I think the next step is to start getting people involved and customers convinced to use these services. And I think from there, that's how you can see like the huge growth in the future. And so that to me is like one of the main parts of the opportunity, is that I think that there's going to be huge growth for the future when more and more people start to use these services. And again, like I think in the previous slides, we saw that the penetration here, like in terms of people using online services, is much less than other nations. And so that just means that you haven't hit the average yet, and so that you can only grow. And other than that, I hear a lot of people, they say that, I mean, it's good that you're focusing on local markets, but at the same time, this gives you opportunity to look at a global scale. I mean, you hear about, like Uber and Amazon and all these are all American companies, and now they're coming to the Middle East. And so even for us as local companies, this can be something for us in the future, is that in the future, if we manage to grow, we can say, oh, we're Qatari companies, and now we're going to go to China, and we're going to go to America, and we're going to go to the UK. So this is kind of the opportunity I see. Thank you.
Thank you. Susanna, if you don't mind, I'm going to switch gears on you.
Sure.
And I'm going to start into the first theme, which is access to talent. So I think most of us believe that the most important factor in a startup life and its success is the people, the team. So I'd like you to tell us about the things you do in your company to try to recruit the best talents there is to build a good team. What are some of the challenges you face, and if there's anything ICT and other stakeholders here can help address some of these challenges?
Certainly, thank you. Just to give a little bit of background, so I'm coming from Germany. I moved here with 2 business partners to launch Urban Point, and that was about 9 months ago that we moved. And since then, we've launched our beta, our alpha, and now we're moving to app to mobile. And to be very honest, recruiting talent for a startup is very challenging, especially I would say for Qatar, because when people think of the Middle East, if they want to come out here, it's usually Dubai or Abu Dhabi, and those are developed markets. You also have fantastic incubation centers and healthy entrepreneurial environments, and people don't really think about Qatar. So I guess that's kind of my context where I'm coming from. So we are a startup, we have limited funding, and our biggest challenge is really to convince people to come out here. So the people that we've resulted to, I guess, looking for would be interns or recent graduates from graduate programs. We find them through job portals, through Facebook groups, through I guess calling and word of mouth and things like that. But one of the hardest things that we've encountered is convincing them, because Qatar is not as well known. People see it as they know it's expensive to come out here, and the cost of living is very high. So when you're a startup and you're already on a limited budget, how do you convince them to come and support you? And the answer to that we've learned is to really emphasize the point that if you're, for example, if you're in your 20s or early 30s, the learning curve you can gain by working in a startup is so much more valuable than an extra $500 or $1,000, at the end of the day, because what you learn in your 20s and early 30s, if you can have as many learning curves as possible, especially in the context of startups, that's going to be so much more valuable in the future and for your potential earning power then. So I would say convincing is one thing, attracting is another thing, and then the last major hurdle that we've encountered is obviously, and this goes for corporates as well, visa issues, legal issues. So hiring full-time has been a challenge because you are often given a certain quota of whom you can hire based on a certain ethnicity or gender. For example, when I came over, I wanted a single female American visa, and instead, even though I was already here and I already had registered my CR, they gave me a single American male. And then they gave my other business partner, who is a single Pakistani male, a single Moroccan male. Yeah, so there are these little legal things, visa issues that really delay the process. But on a more positive note, I would say having ICT, which is where we're being incubated right now, to support us in so many ways, in legal, in auditing, so KPMG is doing the audits, just having an office space helps so much. And there's actually a really healthy environment for entrepreneurs in Qatar. So talent is always a challenge across the board in the Middle East, convincing people to come out here, but overall, I have to say a big thank you to ICT.
But I'm assuming that because you're a startup, you're a little bit more flexible in your hiring processes, so you can bring there's probably a lot of expats who would love around Qatar who would love a part-time job, and startups are much more capable of actually delivering those than others. Maybe Turkey, you want to talk a little bit about how you're addressing the talent issue in your new company?
So I'll go with it step by step in terms of how I experienced this problem. So when I first started about 2 years ago, I really didn't know what to expect in terms of talent in the region, because for me it was something new that I was entering. And so what I first found was that it was good that we had Education City in Doha. We had Carnegie Mellon, a lot of graduates from there that studied computer science, and so that's where I looked at first. I was looking at people that graduated from there and if they were willing to join this startup. So it was fortunate that I did manage to find people from there. However, because they were graduates, they weren't yet as skilled as you'd need to like actually create these, create the infrastructure of the software. So for that reason, we did have to look like outside to bring in talent, and I think that's one of the largest challenges. Is that locally in Qatar there isn't a lot of talent, or if there is, they're fairly new, so they're not very experienced. And so a lot of times we had to look outside. And so that's kind of the step that I took with my company, is that I'm bringing in these people that are inexperienced, they're fresh graduates, but I'm hoping that with the right partners, that we can train the people locally, and then in the future have a core team that grew from the region. And so there's an interesting point I heard about NASA. Actually, it's kind of relatable. That NASA, in the 1940s, when they first started, or whatever time they first started, that a lot of the people there were around 20. The average age for the people there was around 22, and that is because space exploration was like fairly new for them. And that there was not a lot of people that were well experienced in that field. And today, if you look at the average age of NASA, it's like 40. And that's because all the people that first joined are still the people in that company. And so that's kind of the take that I would like to do, is that I'm bringing all these people with me, and I'm hoping that within the next 10, 15 years, that they will be the leaders in the region, because they're the people that grew in the region. And that's
so you're investing in developing the talent.
Yes. Okay. At the same time, because at the end of the day, you want to produce something, so you have to bring in some talent from outside. And something that unexpected but interesting also happened is that there's actually a lot of people from the region that had to leave, like let's say 10, 15 years ago, because they wanted to enter this industry, but they couldn't, because there was no industry in the region. And so they had to go to the US, they had to go to Germany, they had to go to UK, wherever. So now that I'm starting this business and more people are getting to know it, I'm actually having like a lot of people of Arab origin who grew up in Egypt, grew up in Saudi, etc., and they went to the US to work in technology, and now they said, oh, there's a startup here in Doha, I would like to come back and like see what I can do, because on a personal level for them, they want to go back to their culture, to their families, to that. So even in that sense, it was a surprise, because now like I never thought of this before, but the talented people from the region that left, like that brain drain that happened, and they all left the country. Now they can actually come back if you give them opportunities, if you give them a reason to come back.
So the brain drain has turned into brain circulation, basically. It's coming back. It's coming back to the region. Anybody would like to add anything about the talent question?
Well, I think the incubation centers are also environment for talent to be around, okay, and that environment, okay, is being created, okay, within these incubation centers. I am also incubated at Qatar Business Incubation Center, and I used a lot of talent, okay, from within the incubation environment. So that's also something that we can tap into, and this is, I mean, the merit, one of the biggest merits of being incubated. The other thing also, there are also other solutions or venues to address talent is by outsourcing, offshoring, these sorts of things. I know, okay, they have their own problems, they have their own issues, but okay, this is also something that we can also rely on.
Yeah, we are actually having an office in Tunis. So we have an office here in Doha, which is the core, and we have an office in Tunis. And I think we just have to admit it, there is a big lack of talent here, basic talent in ICT. And if we go to e-commerce, where the talent is even more complex, much more interdisciplinary in terms of science and business, it's actually, there's a big lack. So what we do now is we have 2 offices, and it's also for cost purposes, because in terms of cost, it's much cheaper to have somebody working somewhere else where they can actually deliver. So we have that. It helps us in the cost. It helps us also if we are planning to bring more people here, so we actually train them there. We work with the universities there to get interns, and we bring them here eventually if they are good enough and they are well trained. Also, I wanted to talk about the local universities, because I'm also in the academia sector. I think there is a small change. It's happening in the last 2 to 3 years. Like in the last 3 years, you see a lot of more competitions. People from different colleges are working together, thinking about products, which is not there. So I hope in maybe 2-3 years, when this is a little bit more mature, I think we will have some good local talent. And I agree that bringing people from other industries with more experience sometimes will not work. You need to work with the local graduates, train them.
Thank you. So for the sake of time, I'm going to move on to the second theme, which is access to capital. So we all heard this morning, and I think you know it deep in your heart, that e-commerce venture to scale up, it needs significant amount of investment, capital up front. And I think a number of you are incubated by incubation centers, but we all know that this is not where the next wave of capital is going to come from. So my question for you is, are you thinking about that now? Are you stressed about it? And do you have that in your plans? And how and when do you plan to try to raise more money for your venturing? Maybe we'll start with you.
Well, from our side, really, we are eager to get somebody to fund the eGrab for expansion, because it is, it is widely open, so. Really,
so you want it, but you don't know yet how we're going to go about doing it.
We're ready to scale up, for what's holding us really now. It is the fund, although we are funded by Qatar Business Incubation Center with, to cover up the overheads and all this, but still some big investors locally or internationally are really needed.
Ahmed, you're a student now, so you probably want to graduate first before you think about committing to getting more money.
لا حاليا احنا البزنس مولنا من مالنا الخاص، بس we want to نحتاج ان ناخذ مثلا قرض من بنك التنمية ولا من incubation center عشان نطور اسطولنا to keep up with the demand. Because we are facing a huge demand, and from this من هالمنتدى بعد حصلنا demand أكثر. شفنا في ناس والله يبون أسطول، وإحنا بالكاد إن قاعدين نغطي الطلبات اللي عندنا، ف certainly إن نحتاج مثل قرض من بنك التنمية in order to expand.
You have a wonderful problem. There's nothing better to go to investors with than showing demand and traction. So, Dr. Ayman, you said you have some traction. So, are you ready to start raising money?
Yeah, I think I should have started 6 months ago to raise money, but we started 6 months ago. So, because as you say, you have work, and you actually, most people there are sort of just working 150% to get the work done. So you need to hire more people, you need to buy cars for the logistic or find a good logistics partner. So the costs sort of grow very quickly. And as we see it now, our problem is that, and actually it might be good for us, because when you start small and you sort of develop the business model, it's much better to be in that low cost mode. But now we are getting close to a phase where we want to grow, and we know how much it will take. It's a lot of money. It looks a little bit better now with QDB equity financing. So hopefully we will work with them to see if that's a venue. Private, actually, some people are willing to invest, but you are not sure if you want to take that money, because every investor has his own direction that he wants or she wants to take you. So it's not clear to us. We want ideally to have somebody who has enough capital to help us grow, but at the same time have the same or close vision and expertise that will help us grow. And that's still not there. So that's why we are still working on it.
So as far as institutional investors are concerned, is QDB, Mohammed Al-Khater, is he the only game in town? Are you, for now, or any other places you would want to try to seek funding from locally?
You're asking me?
Yeah.
QDB is, I think, probably the only institutional source, okay, for funding. Again, I mean, Cubic has been established, or the main partner at Cubic is QDB. But it is limited funding, okay? Again, we hear today, okay, the amount of capital required for e-commerce. And the other thing, I mean, we don't have angel investors here in Qatar, we don't have VCs, and so it gets even more difficult, okay? I mean, you will still need to rely on your friends, families, okay?
بالمجلس, huh?
المجلس, okay, not the fools.
Okay, so again, for the sake of time, let me move on to the last theme, which is, it's been covered a lot this morning, which is the e-commerce infrastructure, logistics, delivery, payments. And I want to throw the question out to the panelists, if anybody want to catch it and run with it. Anything that you want to add to the discussion that had happened so far regarding anything that can improve your life as a startup if it's done sort of as an infrastructure development locally?
يعني التحول من الكاش.
The main shift from cash to plastic to cards. This will save us a lot of time. It will save us dealing with cash. It will save us a lot of errors that are cash related. And it also facilitates our job as our job.
Was talking already about the penetration of credit cards in Qatar. It's not more than 15%. Well, bankers, can talk to commercial or central banks to at least liberate the rules and regulation for issuing credit cards to expect. Actually, it is very difficult. That's why using credit cards in e-commerce in Qatar is a little bit difficult. Yeah.
Yeah, I sort of agree also in terms of the lack of logistics. I think if I had some company with a low cost that will be able to deliver and accept cash, because cash is not going to go away, it's going to be there for some time. If we have a good company that will give us a good price, and other companies that will do the enablement, we figured the e-payment gateway, we're figuring other things, it will help us focus on our core. So now, since we don't have the enablers, we are sort of pulled into logistics, which we really don't want to deal with. And we are pulled into other aspects. So if we get all the enablers here, it will just help us just have a peace of mind and focus on our core and just deliver on that.
So I have a solution for your logistics problem, Ahmed.
I was going to ask him, but maybe offline.
But he needs funds.
So in terms of infrastructure, I think that, yes, I mean, a lot of companies do want to go online and do want to sell their products online. But a lot of times when they say, okay, we're convinced we want to take this step, they start to see the obstacles after that point. And that, okay, but as you said, there's the issues with the delivery, there's the issue with the transaction, there's the issues of just the design of the website and it being online and supporting that server. And so there's a lot of different things that someone might not have considered if they're new to this industry. And that's actually one of the reasons why I went through the joint venture with 004 is because this was a company that's in e-commerce, and this is the solution they provide in terms of supporting the infrastructure and supporting the whole process, not just delivery or not just the website, or the whole transaction, everything. So that's kind of the again, there is a problem, and this is a solution that I'm hoping to provide a service for.
Very good.
Thank you.
Do we have time for questions? Yeah, a couple, two. I can't see. I should have brought my glasses. So we have a time for a couple of questions from the audience. So if you can state your name, and if it's a question to a specific person on the panel, feel free to point it out. Otherwise, we will pick up somebody to answer your question. No questions for startup founders?
Sure.
Hello?
Yeah.
I understand the frustration that they're going through. I mean, the cost of living, the cost of logistics, the not having the right tools, the transactions being a nightmare. These are all the gaps, the logistical gaps that exist in the country, and for small startups to get into this, in this area and realize these obstacles are a deterrent to any progress to a certain degree, or even attracting the right talent, if the talent even exists, at the right cost, at the right value, expansion strategies. It's a problem I think that should be addressed at the level that at a working level in this area, because these are really what expose the gaps and problems. And if you take it all the way through, if any one of these is a success, you would have solved all of the obstacles in the path in between. Even QMIC, we would love to partake in this. I mean, we have tools and solutions. We'd probably even pilot them or give them for free in this case, just for the sake of understanding, especially in Ahmed's case, when it comes to logistics, we have a full tracking solution. You can have your customer base in it, you can have dispatching mechanisms in it, you can track your vehicles and drivers at all time. You have the addressing system already built into it. So these are locally made solutions. They're already here. We usually try to market this to the enterprises or governments, but I believe, أولى بالمعروف الصراحة, people that are trying to solve these issues and grow these business models that are steering the government to solving these things incrementally, or at least raising a flag where these obstacles exist and where they can be diffused. This is not really a question. Sorry.
I was among the first. I was among the first users of Amazon.com. In fact, they still send me a thank you note once in a while. I'm still waiting for that to translate into cash. But the first, and I show that to my students, the first website of Amazon.com was basically a list, blue links, and it was all on dial-up. So we used to use dial-up internet to actually order things on Amazon. So in terms of those challenges, for startups, there will be challenges, and if you don't persist, the challenges will never gonna go away. They will be there forever, so.
Yeah.
Other questions, maybe back there?
Yeah. Yeah, and to be positive, actually, there's a lot of learning that is happening. And I think without this learning, this will not grow. So it's good.
So one of the characteristics of startups in other countries, Silicon Valley in particular, but in Europe and Australia and the Far East and so on, is that a lot of them fail. So of the maybe 10 startups, 2 of them are successful, 8 of them fail. I'd be interested in the panel's views on how that makes them feel.
What do you think your chance of success is? Who's going to be the last man standing or last woman standing next year?
Yeah, statistics are against all of us standing here maybe a year from now. But I asked actually a similar question to somebody, because I used to live in Canada for a while. So I asked somebody, would it be bad that you guys are giving all this money or spending all this money? And it was a government person. And it was a nice answer in the sense he said that, yeah, maybe 8 will be going down the drain, but what will happen is the people who worked on these 8 companies will go and start other or join other successful companies. So I hope it's not a waste, but we hope to stand here maybe a year or 2 from now.
Yeah, go ahead.
I might add to that as well. I mean, the interesting thing about the modern business model is that because technology has allowed us to do so much in a short amount of time, we can iterate very quickly. So, you know, we started as something very different and we're evolving with it. And as long as the funding is still there, then you have a chance to really change and grow and focus on the priorities. So, I mean, I'm optimistic. I think there's a lot of opportunity in the space in Qatar for all of us. So hopefully it won't be a, you know, 9% or a 5%, but it'll be maybe a 50% success rate for the people here. So.
And Turkey, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, again, like it's easy to just look at a statistic just as it is, like, okay, so 2 companies succeed, 8 fail, but there's a lot more to it than that. I mean, as he touched upon, as my colleague touched upon, that these 8 companies that have failed, they still provided jobs for people at a certain time. They provided them with experience, and a lot of times you'll see people that are part of those 2 companies that succeeded came from 8 different companies that failed, and they say we tried and tried again until finally we reached something that worked. And so I think that's kind of like the thing with technology, is that you need to persevere, and you need to leave your options open. And it's not about just working on one thing. It's about looking at it as the larger picture.
And as a good friend of mine says, failure is not the opposite of success. It's a step towards success. So with that, thank you very much. Thank you to my panelists. And thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Maher and the panelists. We're breaking now for lunch. Lunch will be taking place outside of this hall. We will be coming back after 1 hour. Thank you very much.
clicker.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I take over from Faisal for the rest of the afternoon. Welcome back after the lunch, and I hope all of you enjoyed our lunch. The next session is going to be a pretty exciting session by Mr. Saul Solinas. He's the Managing Director, Global Lead in Accenture for Smart Cities. And he's going to talk to us about e-commerce within smart cities context. Mr. Solinas, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. First, let me just, I'm assuming everyone can hear me. First, I would like to start with a very warm thank you to Dr. Hesse for convening us here, for your vision and your role in advancing Smart Nation and everything that we're hearing about today, and for your very nice, pleasant dinner last night. So, and thank you all for being here. So I would like to start with a question. And the question is, who is this man and why is he smiling? Why does he have this wonderful smile on his face? And I will answer the question very shortly, but before I do that, what I'm going to do is tell you a story. And I'll tell you a story about a young boy who arrived in New York, in Brooklyn, New York in 1908. He was the oldest of 7 children. He lived a very difficult life. I can assure you that Brooklyn, inner city Brooklyn, New York in those days was not a particularly pleasant place. A happy place, a productive place. It was not a very pleasant place to be. Yet this little boy, who was the oldest of 7 children, he was bullied. He was beaten, probably. He was abused by those who had already been sort of in the inner city, so to speak. Yet he developed this sense that if you work hard enough, you can be a productive human being. And all of us who've taken a course in psychology, all of us who've taken courses in philosophy know who this little boy is. And the reason I'm talking about this little boy is because his view of individual productivity and individual happiness and prosperity is now possible with the Internet of Things. And when Accenture talks about smart cities, we talk about the potential in the collective that this individual, this little boy, who is now a young man in this picture, developed for us. His name is Abraham Maslow. And everybody knows Maslow's theory of human achievement and productivity. Essentially what Maslow said was that that we all as human beings have certain needs in life. Before I care about anything, I care about the shelter. I care about being safe. I care about my children being safe. I care about my family being safe. I care about my community being safe. If that's settled, if that's satisfied, then I can think about resources and food and nourishment, etc. If that gets satisfied, I care about being social, interacting with the community, and my sort of some of the value of social connectedness. And if that's satisfied, then I can become truly self-actualized. All of us studied this in school. Why is this important? It's important because the Internet of Things, what's happening in the Internet of Things is allowing us to realize this vision of human productivity on a city scale. On a city scale. 2 things are happening. One is, of course, those of us who've been to engineering school, et cetera, know about Moore's Law. The computing power of computer chips is doubling every 2 years, which means the price of computer chips is dropping by half. Combine that with Metcalfe's law, which says the value of a network is equal to the number of nodes squared, and what you have is the enormous potential that the Internet of Things is bringing to us. And you have the enormous potential of what the Internet of Things is bringing to cities like Doha. I came, as I told Dr. Hesse last night in the table, I was here in 1989 for a day, and I think I saw all of the city in 1989. And I landed a day and a half ago, and I couldn't recognize it. I couldn't recognize it. It is absolutely stunning. and it's magical. And you can feel the magic in the city. And you can feel the magic of some of the terms that were being used earlier about the potential of, why is this a magnet for talent? Why is this a magnet for achievement? Why is this a magnet for smart technologies? There's something about Doha and Qatar that people are speaking about. And it's important for those of you who are from here recognize that. Nicholas Montserrat and I spend our days, my colleague at Accenture, traveling in other cities. And we see them all. But there's discussion about what's happening in Qatar. There's discussion about what's happening in Doha. And this is a very unique place. So the Internet of Things is allowing us to bring forward what Abraham Maslow said about individuals, but collectively. So what does that mean? So let me talk a little bit about sort of what the potential. If you think about it, by the year 2020, there'll be 212 billion sensors installed across the planet. There'll be 50 billion devices. There'll be 2.5 billion people across the planet will be connected to networks. There'll be 75% of corporations will develop some sort of an API. 4.4 billion separate applications. And if you do all that math, potentially 16 billion exabytes, that's 1 times 10 to the 18 of bytes of data flowing around us. So for every single human being, there'll be 26 sensors. We're actually 4 years shy of the year 2020, which means that there's probably sensors gauging your activity without you knowing it now. 6 devices for every human being on the planet, and one in 3 of us will be connected to a network. So what does that mean? Anything that you want to access and secure, you can do. Anything you want to find and track, you can do. Anything that you want to enable and manage, you can do. Anything you want to diagnose and service, whether it's a patient or a vehicle, you can do that in real time. The potential of that is enormous. Anything you want to automate and predict, possible. Anything you want to monetize, possible. So we are at a point in the Internet of Things, in this sort of the world of smart cities, that it's no longer what you can do based on the technology available. What fundamentally should you do based on the populations that you serve? So, some of us in the West, North America, read a lot of science fiction. This was predicted by science fiction authors. Isaac Asimov had a character in his Foundation trilogy called the Mule, which was the internet, but it was an evil sort of being. Frederick Pohl had the same sort of a character. It was also evil. If you watch Star Trek, there's a character called the Borg, which is sort of a bit of an internet, but is evil. I tend to think of it as a positive. I tend to think of the opportunities that are presented by the Internet of Things as being positive, and the ability for us to self-actualize as communities. So at Accenture, we of course are interested and very keen on the technologies, but what we see is ultimately what's the outcome of those technologies. As I say to my colleagues, when President Kennedy said, let's go to the moon, he didn't say, let's build a rocket. The rocket is absolutely key to getting to the moon. But he said, let's go to the moon. And therefore, let's build a rocket. So when we talk about smart cities at Accenture, we talk about what fundamentally is different about Doha from Dubai, from Denver, from San Diego. Certainly the technologies are all smart, but what is it? What's the outcome that you fundamentally sort of want to get to? And by the way, the lifeblood of smart cities is e-commerce, and I'll talk about e-commerce in just a minute. So we believe that a digitally enriched, sustainable urban environment can be enabled by the data collection and sort of visibility and analytics brought to us by the Internet of Things. So a city that brings forward a city that is not only smart, clearly is smart, but a city that is productive. And yes, self-actualized and unique and alive. So in other words, it is the Internet of Things. So essentially, the Internet of Things makes it possible to maximize productivity and potential by satisfying people's human needs through technology. It is Maslow's model for individual self-actualization and productivity brought to life on a city scale. The city becomes a living and sentient being. And I don't say that, I say that at the risk of over-romanticizing it, frankly, but it's true. We talked at dinner last night about Dr. Hess's trip to the Media Lab at MIT and the project that's done there. I've walked through the same area, And the question that came up, we had a fabulous conversation at the table, and one of the things that came up is, what does it feel like to walk through a place that is smart, that is connected, that is perhaps alive? And she used a wonderful example of collecting X number of sort of media streams, data streams from different sensors, and then turning it into music. My sense is you don't really know that this is around you, but you know that you're walking in a connected place. And you know that when you walk into a connected building or a connected campus or a connected city, for that matter, you just know it. It sings to you. So, that said, it is, like I said, sort of the city brought to life as a living organism. That's our vision of smart cities, and that's the vision that we're bringing forward to other cities around the world. Okay, so that's why this man is smiling, perhaps, because his vision of human productivity is now possible at the city scale. Now, Qatar and Doha have had a vision for this for quite some time, brought forward, of course, by the previous His Highness. And I couldn't have said it better. Comprehensive development is our main goal in striving for the process and prosperity of our people. So the question then in our minds is, and of course this translates into the 4 pillars that many of you are familiar with, this notion of sustaining economic prosperity, sustaining the environment for future generations, promoting human development, and integrated approach to sound social development. So I sort of took the bold step and said, so what can Doha and Qatar own, given the availability of these technologies? What can you say to the world that is actually different, that nobody else can claim? And what I'd like to propose is the notion of a place of prosperity. This is a place like that has prospered like perhaps no other place. If you look at the photographs of the 1980s, the fishing village, and you look at the photographs now, the change is fundamental and transformative. So what I'd like to propose as potentially an outcome of your dreams to become a smart nation is this notion of positioning yourself, perhaps presenting yourself as a place, a magnet of prosperity. It's just a thought, but that's my own personal thought. So Doha, the city, as the most prosperous city on earth, because you can be, because you've already you've been on the road towards that. And prosperity, of course, defined as a state of flourishing, thriving, and good fortune, of course. Okay, so prosperity doesn't happen sort of in a vacuum. You have to have ambition, balance, equality, diversity. I walked in, when I decided I was going to come to Doha at the invitation of course, ICT, my executive assistant said, 3 days before I left, said, you need a visa. And I was like, wow, I didn't think of that, because I hadn't been to Doha since 1989. So, and I didn't have time to get it. So he said, well, you can get it at entry. I said, okay, great, I'll get it at entry. Of course, I was sweating. I was on the airplane. I wasn't sure what to expect. And I got to the customs agent in Doha at the airport. And as I walked up, I was very worried. He takes my passport, and he said, welcome. He said, welcome to Doha. And I'm a big believer in the moment of truth, right? Warren Bennis's famous sort of quote about the success of the interaction with a customer. He said, welcome to Doha. And I said, thank you. And then the next thing is, can I have your credit card? Which, because of course there's a sort of a fee for the visa. But that said a lot to me about what's happening here. So, on to e-commerce. So the various aspects, of course, of smart cities, transport, connected spaces, connected operations. And the topic of today is commerce. So, imagine a scenario where your refrigerator actually buys food for you. And I'm going to talk about sort of the art of the possible. What is it about, what can we do now and what can we do sort of in the future? Imagine a refrigerator that's able to actually buy products for you, that is able to detect how much milk is left and how much it can buy for you. That's possible, it's doable, it's happening today. What is connected commerce? And what's the role of the Internet of Things? Connected commerce in IoT leverages emerging payment capabilities to enable commerce in the IoT world and delivers a personalized commerce experience wherever and whenever transactions require. are required, initiated by an individual device. So it is sort of a personal experience happening in real time. There's a lot of terms that of course, have been thrown around about connected commerce, from cryptocurrencies to blockchain payments, and I'll talk a little bit about those. But essentially, it is enabling the purchase of whatever it is that you want to sort of transact in real time. I've talked about connected devices. So why is that possible today? Of course, we talked about the fact that there are 50 billion devices that will be connected by the year 2020. Adobe actually did a recent study of major retailers, entertainment, government entities, and asked them, are you deploying this type of technology or that type of technology? And 54% of them said they're deploying beacons, of all things. Beacons, of course, being sort of these devices that allow you to track human and foot traffic. If you look at sort of the world of large commercial transactions, NASDAQ is now experimenting with using blockchains. We talked about that at dinner last night. Blockchains, for those of you who know what those are, and I'll define those quickly, to manage this pre-IPO private market, which is really sort of stunning if you think about it. And of course, there are various payment options through devices. So those are some of the trends that we're beginning to see. And how does connected commerce add value? So of course, it enables new IoT commerce use cases. We talked about use cases in the consulting realm, but it enables new opportunities, essentially, for developing projects that help advance sort of a smart city, whichever way that's defined. It clearly reduces processing costs, and I'll talk a little bit about that. It helps to secure sensitive consumer information. There's tools out there that we talked about last night, and I've talked to a number of folks today. There's the ability to personalize and contextualize digital payment experiences. And of course, it helps to monetize the additional data generated through the Internet of Things. So those are generally some of the things that are possible through e-commerce, and the kinds of things that we're beginning to see sort of on a very, very broad level. Some of the things that will come to Doha and that are worth thinking about. I know we talked about PayPal, some of the revolutionary sort of services like Uber, of course, PayPal, and other things. But these are things that are happening now, and they will sort of come to Doha, this notion of a blockchain. The idea that there are artificial sort of cloud-based ledgers among self-selecting commercial entities that decide to transact large deals on their own. It's happening on a wide basis in Europe, it's happening in North America, and it's now sort of the next generation, if you will, of sort of e-commerce. Cryptocurrency, everybody's heard about Bitcoin, of course. Bitcoin is this idea that you can create a currency that's not based on a fiat currency, that's based on what we, as a collective, sort of agree is the value of the currency. And we at Accenture actually have a lot of clients, frankly, that have asked us about sort of how can they participate in this notion of cryptocurrencies and blockchains. I wouldn't call it the next generation because it's happening as we speak. So something to really sort of think about as the next sort of version of the sort of e-commerce, if you will. Tokenization, of course, this notion that for me to be able to have my refrigerator or my phone or my television buy something, I don't want that device to use my credit card for security reasons. So you create sort of an artificial token, so to speak, that serves as a proxy for my credit card for security reasons. Contextual commerce. Imagine this sort of a scenario where you're walking down the street, and based on where I walk, I get pushed information into my mobile app from the retailer that I happen to be walking by, and perhaps couponing opportunities. So again, these are the things that we see across the global landscape, and the kinds of things in e-commerce, in addition to, by the way, the mobile payment apps, et cetera, that are going to be pretty common in smart cities, so to speak, in the next few years. Again, this notion of your dishwasher, your clothes washer, detecting when it is out of detergent, et cetera, and purchasing it and having it delivered. The notion of artificial, I would say artificial, but sort of independently developed valuation like Bitcoins, the ability to purchase things real time through voice commands. All that is happening as we speak. So the DNA of payments is essentially changing in a fundamental way. And the best way I can describe it is this. And I had to do this because I played a lot of football, soccer in my early days. And the pictures of the two boys at the top, this is sort of a self-promotion here. My two sons, who also played. And we happen to be big fans of Barcelona, FC Barcelona. There's the two boys at the stadium at Camp Nou. And I have played it, and I have coached it. And when I coach it, I say, why is it that this team succeeds so consistently? And the reason that, in my opinion, I think the opinion of many, is because they play collective soccer. And what does that mean? That means that they program each of the participants in the network, each node in the network, to think in advance. So that by the time they receive ball, they already have options to, by the time they transact, the transaction already takes place, whereas other teams perhaps are more reactive in nature. They sort of the kick and run. So I just found that to be sort of a really neat analogy for what's happening in e-commerce. The idea that you can anticipate a transaction and act on it, not when it happens, but perhaps in advance in many ways, is the ultimate value of sort of the e-commerce solutions that I've just discussed, the bloodstream of smart cities. It is the savings, in some instances, of seconds, if not microseconds, added in a cumulative way. That's exactly why Barcelona succeeds, because every team, you can't outthink them because they are thinking in advance. That is, in my opinion, the perfect analogy for the ultimate benefit of e-commerce solutions in sort of the smart cityscape. And so I can't think of a sort of better team, of course, to have Qatar Air on their jersey than Barcelona. So just something to think about. Examples. Samsung, you can now, in some Samsung televisions, you can now pay directly, not just for movies, but for merchandise with embedded microchips, either through PayPal or through your individual credit card, sort of a token version of that credit card. You can voice over, in certain instances, this is a Google device, you can voice over a purchase to your grocery store. If your grocery is tied to a network, I can just say I need a gallon of milk, and in some instances, it can be delivered to your home. We have actually piloted with a client the ability of authenticating your identity through a cardiac rhythm wristband that actually detects your own cardiac rhythm, which is very unique. In fact, completely unique. I know that there are Pizza Huts in Doha. In certain parts of North America, we've actually piloted the ability to order your pizza from a Pizza Hut so that your car knows exactly where the nearest Pizza Hut is. You order it directly, and it's delivered to your home by the time you get there. Milan Expo, this is an example of this contextual commerce idea which I mentioned. You walk by a certain Milan Expo exhibit, and you get push content relative to that specific exhibit. Not only content, but actually price points. Here's a coupon. When you get here in 5 minutes, we'll offer you this in the next hour or the next 30 minutes, this deal. In DC, which is where I'm from, you no longer in certain stations have to do anything to pay for a fare card. It used to be a paper fare card, then it became a plastic fare card. Now I just use my phone and I walk through and I don't have to do anything. And it's updated, my credit limit is updated sort of on a regular basis. If you go to Disney World, you put on a Disney band and Disney knows where you are. They know to push content to you. You're able to pay without pulling anything out of your purse or your wallet. And it also gets credited on a regular basis, depending on how long you're at the amusement park. It's a project that, of course, Accenture and various other sort of eco-partner participants have been involved in. So the landscape of smart cities, of course, includes, as I said, various elements. But the e-commerce element, we believe, is the lifeblood of what happens in smart cities, in whichever way you define a smart city. So through, like I said, through couponing opportunities, through this notion of connected cars, through a mobile wallet checkout, targeted advertisements, all these things, by the way, are happening as we speak. And if they haven't come to Doha, if they're not being brought forward by some of the startups that we heard about this morning, they will be here very soon. And so, of course, there's a very important role to be played by all the technology partners. There's an important role to be played by, of course, government entities to make sure that these technologies, A, maximize their potential, and B, maximize our security and minimize risk. But they are coming very soon. So this is I wish I could say this is a picture that I took. I didn't, but this is a picture taken roughly around the time I was here last time in 1989. And this is a picture today. And it's like I said, there is something happening here in Qatar, which is commendable, and certainly worth congratulating. And we are delighted to be part of it as Accenture. We're delighted to be here, and with that, I just want to thank you. And a final thank you to Dr. Maslow and Dr. Hesse for welcoming us. Thank you.
Mr. Solinas, thank you very much for that very inspiring keynote. I'm sure that brought us all back to life probably from that heavy lunch. So our final panel for the day is going to be headed by Ms. Diane Mullinex. She's the head of Global Telecom Practice from Pins & Masons, and I will let her introduce her panelists. And the panel will be about shared economy, people, policy, and technology.
Thank you very much. Could I ask my panelists to come on board? It's an interesting challenge to do the wrap-up panel, because it's also a way to actually address the audience and create a kind of a debate. I think we listen to a lot of interesting story. We listen how Qatar was on the forefront, how it needed more startups, how it needed to foster innovation. And first of all, I'd like to thank Dr. Hesse to put together such an inspiring journey, because we started this journey this morning with a vision into getting into the day-to-day struggle, but also hope that all those companies, whether it's grown-up businesses or small businesses, are facing investing here. And I think what is interesting is to actually ask ourselves, and we always leave the difficult topics for the end. And I think the difficult topic is to say how policymakers can help making a better environment for the investment. How can policymakers can bear in mind the interest of the consumer, but also of the citizens? E-government is happening in a very big way here. But at the end of the day, me as a consumer, as a citizen, I need to trust the system. I need to understand the regulation. And I think throughout my career, I've seen all kinds of various regulation. I spent 7 years in Singapore in 1994, seeing how this nation was actually boarding the bandwagon on innovation. Then I moved to Europe, which is a heavy regulated environment. We have very strong regulation with the European Commission. And I saw how regulation could make or break innovation and creativity. And this is also an interesting benchmarking. I've been working in Qatar, in the region, for the past 2 years, and I could see how this nation, the smart nation that we're talking about, is taking example across the border, but it's facing the same challenges. How can I think globally and act locally? And I know I'm not the one that created that, but this is the struggle and the balance that every regulator and policymaker has to make is, do I need to regulate? How much portion I leave to self-regulation? When we look at several markets, whether it's Singapore, whether it's Hong Kong or others, a lot of freedom were left to disruptive technology to enter into the market because they were not regulated. And they shaped the way we use to eat, to transport, to study, or even to get medical advice. Is it a good way to do that? So we're going to kind of address all those issues, and I have a very distinguished panel of speakers that everyone in their own way have something to add to this debate with a very different angle. And because we want this discussion to be very lively, each of them is going to give their point of view, and they will very briefly introduce themselves and will jump directly in our questions. Pietro.
Hi, I am Piero Candela. I am a partner of EY and following customer innovation in digital in Europe, Middle East, India, Africa.
Sunita, please.
Thank you. My name is Sunita Barber. I'm the Director of Enforcement at the Qatar Financial Regulatory Authority. I'm one of the few people here not directly involved in e-commerce, so mine will be a slightly different approach and dealing largely with the consumer protection and consumer redress aspects of the e-commerce world.
Khaled.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Assalamu alaikum. I'm Khaled Jawni. I head up Excella's Middle East and Africa operations. For you not familiar with Excella, we are a leading e-government and smart government software provider. We bring a perspective of having worked with many governments around the world, and hope to share some of the insights that we've gained from working with so many different government agencies.
David?
Hi, David Fuller. I'm the Managing Director of Redbox Digital. We're a system integrator and e-commerce website builder. So I guess we sit halfway between our clients, which are merchants trying to get online, and the e-commerce infrastructure, which includes the regulators.
Jonathan Donovan, the head of digital at Vodafone Qatar. I'll be bringing the telco perspective as well as my perspective from 15 years in various agencies and clients in digital.
Jared.
I'm Gert Buerta. I'm the CEO of a company called Hive Technology. We are launching single identification technology for people, objects, and also virtual objects in Dubai on the 2nd and the 3rd of November.
Thank you very much. I think the first question that I have for you, and feel free to jump on it, and not necessarily in order, it's, okay, we had a long discussion about trust, and there's a lot of discussion going all over the world about digital identity and whether it should be really secure, and you need strong level of, authentication. I personally have the view that if it's too complicated, if it's too secure, it's too cumbersome, people will actually not use it. Yes. And I'm quite an advocate, similar to the work that the Kantara Foundation has done on soft identity, that you need different threshold of digital identity. But again, how do you protect the consumer? How do you protect the citizen? How can you address the fact that he wants to make sure that his data is not played around? How do you see things moving along, and how do you strike this balance? And how do you protect consumers and citizens? Does someone wants to pick it up?
Yes, I confirm. There is a research in UK that has demonstrated that people is looking for trust, but also for a fantastic experience. Usually people who start an e-commerce journey, they stop 70% before buying, and half of them is just because they find too complex the purchasing process and the payment security. So there are the big player of e-commerce like Amazon, PayPal. They prefer to use very simple authentication models just because they prefer to provide the best experience, avoiding to lose conversion and even taking more risk on frauds, defending from them using data analytics, big data, as we told in the morning. I do believe that government can play a huge role in building trust, especially in countries like Qatar, in which it's possible to communicate to everybody in a most simple way. And for sure, this is very important to address in order to exploit the full potential of e-commerce.
Anyone else?
I think that, sorry.
Go ahead.
I think that one of the things that we've seen is that you want it to really be simple and automated. So it's not something that need to take people's attention. And if we look at what we're dealing with today, we're dealing with a whole lot of payment options, a lot of identification methods. It's really to simplify that to be one. so that all people or objects are identified by one thing or one identity. That simplifies it, and that can make it quite automatic.
Jonathan?
Well, my perspective on this is, I think there's a user element as well, giving users options. So some of the things that we look at sort of from a security perspective, and the gentleman in the last presentation touched on the technology where you can sort of sense a heart rate. So when we look at data and identification, there's a number of different ways that we can give the user control. One is something that you know, which is like a password. One is something that you have, which is like your mobile phone, where you can get a text that has your secure PIN. And then the third piece is something that you are, which is your heart rate or your thumbprint or your voice. So I think that balance is going to come from giving the user control, and also just changing behaviors around data. I think security is important, but a focus on privacy is sort of a relatively new thing for human beings. I think in the last 100 years we've started to become really focused on privacy, and I think that'll change with the Internet of Things and with emerging technologies.
Yeah, I think it's got to come down to the user at the end of the day. And I agree with you that the more complicated it becomes, the less safe perhaps it becomes. Because if I've got to remember 27 different passwords, the only way I'm going to do that is if I write them down. And suddenly that defeats the purpose of having a different password. And every single business has a different one. So I'm allowed to use a $ in one, but I'm not allowed to use a $ in another one. One of them's got to be 8 letters, one of them's got to be 12 letters. One of them can't use underscores, whatever else. Every time that changes, I forget, right? So I have to create a way of remembering, and the only way I can remember that is to write down the password. So I think it gets to a point where it's like some of these things are never tested with real users. You get to the point where you say, why am I doing this? Did anyone ever sit down behind a user and watch them go through the process? Did they ever get through it? Did they ever get through the process with no friction? I think a guy from Beyfort this morning was talking about payment friction. I love Uber because, and other services like Uber. I gave them my credit card 2 years ago. I've never touched it since, but every single time I use Uber, the money just comes out of my credit card. It's totally frictionless. Yes, I'm probably giving up some security somewhere, but I'm probably not, because the payment systems that are sitting behind it are quite secure. So at the end of the day, you have to think about relevancy, context, and who the user is. So if I log into Yahoo here in this room and I'm on a different IP address, even though I'm on the same mobile handset, Yahoo tells me I've got to re-authenticate myself because it doesn't understand the IP address, which from a user point of view doesn't make any sense at all. So I think it's just got to be in context to the user, to the situation, and a bit of common sense.
Khaled, from the citizen point of view, in an e-government project, obviously you're giving you more sensitive information, your health data, your tax data. What do you think are the expectations from the citizen from regulation into using those secure environments? And at the same time, I want to be able, when I put all my health data, to have appropriate medicine advice. It's also important for the state to share those kind of data with a number of medical doctors and others. So how do I achieve this? How do you build trust?
Right. I mean, I think it's a two-way street. The citizen has to get something out of this. It can't be simply a regulation. There has to be a value add. So I will give you an example. For instance, something I was discussing with someone earlier is the usage of data that the government holds due to its daily transactions, and how that can help citizens and elevate overall business. One of the things that we've done with a food review site called Yelp.com was to give them access to restaurant inspection data. So City of San Francisco will go in and they will inspect restaurants every 3 months and give them a rating based on their hygiene. And we've created an open data platform for that information to be shared and consumed by Yelp Now if you were to log in and see the review, you can also see what the hygiene rating is and it being updated in real time. So what that does, it provides consumer protection. At the same time, it's forcing businesses to elevate their level of compliance with hygiene, because that's something that was previously not visible to customers. It's in the back end of the kitchen. Just like you are exposing data, it doesn't have to, as long as it serves a purpose, I think people are going to be very open to it.
Sunita, what I believe is important also for the citizen and the consumer is to think, well, if something goes terribly wrong, someone is going to look after my own interest. And so obviously enforcement is a big part of this. So how do you see this shaping?
Well, enforcement is one aspect, consumer protection is another. I think here we're really talking about consumer protection. We know that if we use sites like Amazon, if something happens, they have a customer helpline and you can go back to them. Here in Qatar, I believe there isn't so much in terms of the consumer redress and remedy processes that we've come to expect overseas. At the Qatar Financial Centre, in relation to the firms we regulate, we provide a customer dispute resolution scheme which is available to retail customers should there be an issue between a QFC regulated firm and a retail customer. This typically happens in cases where a customer's bought an insurance product. I think we all know that a lot of people, certainly expats who are here, maybe here for 5-6 years, they're possibly earning a little bit more than they are at home, and they somehow forget that at some time their circumstances are going to change, and they get, for one reason or another, lured into buying financial products which are possibly not the most suitable for them. They overstretch. They buy products, they invest possibly a significant proportion of their monthly salary. And somewhere down the line, maybe in year 2, 3, or 4, they find their circumstances change. Either one of the family members has lost a job or whatever, and they cannot meet the particular product, the payments for that particular product. They then go back and think, well, hang on, where can we cut back? And they'll look at the insurance product and find that maybe they're paying out maybe $4,000 or $5,000 a month, and then they try and get out of it. And that's when they come to read the terms and conditions and realize that when they took out the product, they either didn't realize or possibly they weren't told that for the first 2-3 years, all the commission, all the payments they were making would be going towards paying the commission for the broker. And so now if they wanted to cash out, they'd either get nothing or they can't cash out the product, and they're going to lose everything. So going over the initial reasons for taking out the product, they will find that there's an issue there. And if there's some element of misrepresentation or mis-selling of the product, that is where the QFC can step in and assist. Aside from the customer first having to make some attempt to settle with the firm to find out the issues and see if there is some means of resolving it, if that isn't possible, the QFC scheme allows a process for the customer to come to us. It's free and it's cheap. It's free, so obviously cheap. It's free and relatively quick. It doesn't require them to go to court. We will administer the process, and again, we will try and resolve the matter between the firm and the individual. But if that isn't possible, we will send the papers to an independent adjudicator. That is a person independent of the QFC. We currently have a former judge who looks at the papers and makes a determination in relation to that matter.
So going back to the topic of small and medium-sized company, I currently lead the Smart City initiative at my firm, and we see, and it's even more true what we have seen today with the various panel, is that small and medium-sized businesses are part of the holistic approach to build a connected city, whether it's a connected stadia, whether it's connected airports and all of that. So one of the thing I'm struggling with, we talked a lot about Uber, for example, and I think this company was mentioned at every panel. I think we need to go back and see how Uber was disruptive in every market. I mean, when you look at what we've seen through the media and everywhere, you know, in certain markets they were completely unlawful in a certain way, whatever angle, you know, whether you were looking at the regulation in a certain way or other, but they came so powerful that they become really like an incumbent in those different ways of transporting people. So my question to you is, because we need small and medium-sized company that might be one day a very big company, and we need local small, medium-sized company, and we had an example of very interesting projects, and maybe one of them is going to be the net-a-porter of tomorrow. What can we do to actually, with regulation, help or not help those companies, but how do you strike a balance? I mean, how do you make sure that the whole ecosystem participate together? Because we talked about the citizen, we talked about the consumer. How do you help small, medium-sized company working with larger company? I mean, in certain countries, they force large company to work with small companies, local company. Should we go along those directions? What are your views?
So I think small companies, all big companies start as small companies, right? In 90% of cases, there's some that have huge VC funding from the beginning and become massive overnight. I think being small, especially within an e-commerce context, is a huge advantage. Being small allows you to be agile. Being small allows the decision-making to be a lot quicker. It allows you to respond to your customers a lot faster. Think of, going back to the trust issue slightly, a small startup online can respond to their customers almost immediately because they know pretty much exactly who their customers are. They can probably count them on their fingers in the first few weeks or months of startup, right? They can respond on social media. They don't necessarily have corporate policies that force a consumer to write a letter and send it via old-fashioned mail. So actually, a small and medium enterprise in an online sense has got a lot of advantages over a large company. And if they can make sure that they know how to use those advantages, then I don't think you necessarily have to regulate to sort of say, oh, we need to favor small companies in favor of large ones, because the disruptive nature of the internet and of e-commerce will see some of these small companies beat the big companies just because they're faster.
Yep. I think that the small enterprise have a problem of onboarding, as a previous panelist told this morning, but also need to be supported over time because they are small and they have to compete with the global giants that are very well structured to succeed in e-commerce. And from this point of view, the role of government can help not only in terms of regulation, but also in terms of facilitator, providing tools or, I don't know, helping them in terms of education or building marketing campaigns and trust marks in order to create a fertile environment for them to grow.
Jonathan?
I think the reason that Uber has come up on every panel is because they've changed the game and they have created a service that consumers love, and that's just better. And I think that if a small business can do that, then they'll win. From a regulatory support perspective, I think that Uber and Airbnb and companies that have that model have caused a lot of regulatory issues because regulators are too slow to respond because the small business can move so fast. So I think that if there was something to look at from a regulatory perspective, it would be trying to mirror that concept that Susanna talked about, which is the iterative, agile development and learn fast and fail fast, and be ready to quickly make changes to regulations, which from a government perspective is not easy to do. But if you could get part of the way there, I think it would have a positive impact.
I think there are a two key things we can do to help small, medium businesses. One is make the startup process fast and easy. I know many initiatives are out there trying to do that, but I truly believe they need to be a little bit more ambitious than that. As a matter of fact, June this year, the White House with the Small Business Administration launched an initiative called Startup in One Day. And they've asked cities to pledge whether in 12 months they could, to a certain extent, even on a limited scale, be able to get a business to start within 1 day. And 25 cities have already pledged to that. So I think that initial pain of starting the business is something that regulators can help with. The second piece is to help navigate the trust issue that comes from the time it takes to establish a good track record. And Jonathan just touched on a good point, which is on the regulatory side of things. If regulators can help provide additional assurance for these businesses, I think it will help tremendously. One of the initiatives that's currently being done in Dubai by the Department of Tourism is they're trying to regulate holiday homes. And they're doing that by saying, okay, if we want to open up people to be able to rent their private homes for usage such as a short term, how do we do it in a way that makes sure the consumers are safe? So they're setting up a process to register these through specific brokers, doing regular inspections on these units to classify them correctly. And all of these things, I think, definitely help benefit and support these SMEs in trying to reach that rather than taking all these years to establish that for themselves.
And also I want to point out, although the QFC is focused largely on financial services, the QFC authority has extended its scope of licensing firms beyond simply financial services firms, so other support entities, and with the idea of expanding the scope of the QFC, and it is intended to be a supportive environment, as discussed here, for startups and other businesses in Qatar.
Okay, so, I like ending the panel with one question, usually to every one of you, is if you have super magic power, which I'm sure you all have within your organization, what would be the two things that you would actually do to foster innovation in e-commerce? Obviously, as a telecom operator, it's along the line of mobile penetration or all this, but I'd like to hear you, each of you, very quickly, like, what would you do if you had all the power to pass appropriate regulation? Someone wants to pick it up?
It's an idea that I saw in other countries is as government to use, let's say, e-commerce, e-payments as a unique way of access to some type of services. It's a sort of switch off of the traditional channels in order to convince, in some cases, force people on the importance of e-commerce.
Someone else want to?
A supportive regulatory environment with a good redress system for customers, so customers feel safe using that medium.
Yeah, I think the ability to be able to go back to the drawing board, and this is one of the things I found happening at this forum is it's addressing the entire ecosystem. If other places were able to do that from the start, I think they'd come up with a lot more innovative solutions to things instead of having to patch things up. So I think this is definitely a great start.
David?
I think it's investing in talent, it's investing in people, and giving entrepreneurs, whether it's regulatory or not, just giving entrepreneurs a belief that if they fail, or if they fail twice, or if they fail 3 times, that there's a value in that. So if you think about any of the companies that we've spoken about today from an e-commerce success point of view, it's not their first rodeo. The founders of Uber, it wasn't their first business. And the thing that potentially is needed most, more than anything else, is the grey's knees, is the errors, is the failures, is the learning the hard way, and picking yourself back up from that and saying, right, how do we do that again in a more disruptive way that succeeds next time? So I think that's where the magic wand should be waved, investing in talent.
All of those things. Plus, I think one around some of the barriers to entry around cost. There's a lot of solutions available globally that we can't use locally because of regulations around data. And if there was an alternative, like a regional alternative or a local alternative to some of those solutions, I think that would lower some of the cost and technical know-how, those two barriers to entry for e-commerce companies.
I think it's always quite interesting for me to listen to these debates because we tend to think from a paradigm that exists. And I've never seen a regulatory authority that actually come with innovation in itself. So it's also, I think there's a lot of different ways to look at this, but if we create a framework that is more suitable for startup organizations to fit into, that always helps. So I think a lot of energy and time needs to be spent in how this framework actually works, because then it becomes much easier for startup businesses to innovate within that space.
Very good. I know we're pressurized for time. Do I have time to take questions from the floor? I'm looking at my sensor. Yes? Three questions.
Well, I'm actually going to start, myself with a question for Pietro Candela. Pietro obviously worked with us on the e-commerce roadmap project. We wanted I wanted basically Pietro to kind of explain the QBuy concept that he's developed with ICT Qatar.
Okay. Thank you for the question. In this project, we developed a program and we gave the name of QBuy. It was a program dedicated for small medium enterprise and the startups based in Qatar, whose idea was to create a sort of environment that should tackle all the typical issues that both the merchants and the buyers have when you need to engage a small player in Qatar. That could be a problem of awareness, knowing that this merchant offer exists, trust, as we told before, or experience, because probably it's too complicated. But on the other side, it's a problem of capability of this small player who they require skills, technology, money in order to succeed. So within this, let's say, list of issues, we defined a program in which the idea was to create an environment that is based, first of all, on a trust mark and on a program of initiatives to help both the small merchants to build these capabilities, and on the other side to convince Qatari people that if you buy from Qatar online, it's safe and is also convenient. So this is the idea, and we believe that it's important to create this network economy in order to avoid, let's say, that they will be lost against the scale economy of the big players.
Thank you. Any other question? I see hand raising. Very hard for me to see at the back. If you can just introduce yourself, and if you have any particular person you want to direct your question.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Ahmed Ashur, Operations Manager for Netgate and Services and Projects. First, I would like to appreciate for ICT this event, and I believe that any kind of procedure should be powerful by the government. So to have a good relation between, I would like to focus on P2P e-commerce. For example, if we'd like to send an invoice for another company, we have to send it a hard copy. We can solve this issue by digital signature for each company. So as we have a stamp for each company, why we can't make like a digital signature for each company? So we can use the email, which will save time, paper, and even the traffic hurdles. So I hope this will be effective. This is just a suggestion, and I hope it's wonderful.
Your question is around the use of digital signature to secure transaction. Did I get that right?
Yeah, that's right.
Someone of the panel want to address this?
It could be authorized also by the government.
Please.
It is possible to create a digital signature. There's a couple of rules that one needs to apply, but there is technology available that can basically provide a digital signature that can't be copied. But the main thing is that you want to be able to authenticate the transaction. So you want something that will basically stand up in court and that will show that it's totally unique. And there is technologies like that available today.
I think we have the time for one last question. The lady at the back, I think if we could give her the mic. Yeah.
Hello, good afternoon. My question is to Mr. Jonathan. You mentioned a framework that would help e-commerces register and help them have a process to a better achievement of their own companies. My question is, what are the main keys that a process or a framework would be achieving, taking into consideration what the other panel members have said, for example, encouraging talents or using the SME's ability to be really close to the customers? Thank you.
So the question is around, your question is around the framework that we need to put in place to encourage growth of e-commerce?
And talents, I believe.
Okay. Did I get it right? Okay. I mean, I think there's a couple of things. There's platforms, but it's important to realize that an e-commerce environment is not just about a shop front. It's about digital skills. And Ayman mentioned it earlier that there's no shortage, I don't think, of digital skill in this country, but it tends to be more focused on social media. But what I feel is lacking is that real hardcore e-commerce skill in the analytics, in the performance marketing, in the use of data, and in those areas. So I think that is an area that needs to be upskilled. And the point that I was making around platforms was around the use of data. So there's a whole bunch of existing platforms that are out there that could allow companies and small businesses to get in the game really quickly. But the issue is that the data is stored in the cloud, and the servers could be in the UK or elsewhere. And that's a problem locally because there are regulations against storing data outside of the country. So if there's an alternative for that available, or if there's a change to the regulation, or if there is some sort of audit of server farms or clouds, that could allow e-commerce companies to get in the game much quicker. So now, for example, you see a lot of local companies use Shopify, and you end up paying for your product in US dollars, or you see tickets locally being sold via Virgin out of UAE. So I bought tickets to the boxing last week, and I had to pay in dirhams, and it should be really easy to replicate that. And you see a lot of the companies using that because that's just what's readily available and easy and allows them to get in the game. So I think I hope I answered your question there, but it's upskilling and just clarity around the use of data.
Thank you, Jonathan. Well, I think we're running out of time. I'd like you to join me in thanking the panel for their contribution. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dan. So we come to the end of the forum now, and I promise you I'll take only 1 minute to make the closing remarks. We've had a long day, but we are so grateful for you all for staying until now, and I believe it's a testament to the knowledge and the sharing of information that we did during this forum today. I want to go back to a few points that we raised during the forum today, so as takeaways. Firstly, I would like to take your attention back to the main point Her Excellency Dr. Hessa Al-Jaber said in her speech of the fact that Qatar is going to liberalize the postal industry. And I believe this will be a huge boom to the e-commerce industry in Qatar. She also mentioned about the plans of the Ministry of Developing Qatar as a smart nation. And as Mr. Solinas said, the lifeblood of any smart city is e-commerce. So I believe e-commerce is going to play a big role going forward. Secondly, the launch of QBuy platform by the ministry. This will be an information hub to empower merchants, consumers, startups, and e-commerce service providers in Qatar by providing guidance, standards, and instructions that will help all of us, I believe. And in the coming weeks and months, we are going to be working with you closely, and more information on this will be shared with all of you. Thirdly, I would also like to reaffirm the commitment that the ministry has to develop e-commerce in the country. And moving forward, there will be a dedicated e-commerce unit within the ministry as a part of the governance structure. Finally, the very valued comments the chairman of QPost made about launching a virtual address system. No doubt this is going to add more value to the e-commerce business and the logistics in the country. So the success of today's forum is due to the amazing people that we brought in today. So I want to say a big thank you to all the speakers, the moderators who came here, shared all their knowledge with all of us. And I believe this is not going to be the end of all this, but a beginning of a great journey forward. Also thanking all the e-commerce players who are outside exhibiting and sharing all their services with us, and they are a key stakeholder in this whole ecosystem of e-commerce development in the country. So I want to thank all of them as well. And finally, we are going to also create a group, a social media group moving forward, so that we take this this dialogue forward. We already have a Twitter account. I'm sure all of you all were using it today. So through various social media channels, we are going to create certain groups so that we can all be a part of the ongoing engagements of the e-commerce roadmap in Qatar. So as they say, the best is yet to come. Thank you very much, everyone, and have a good evening.